everyone. I'm going to call the Board of Supervisors to order. Mr. Hohen, may I have a roll call, please?
Good morning, Supervisor Jaume. Here. Supervisor White. Here. Supervisor Horton. Supervisor Schutte.
Here.
Mayor Bagwell.
Here.
You have your quorum.
Thank you so much. We're now going to move to our invocation. Is Tyler here? There you go. Come on up. We're excited to have you. Yep.
Thanks for having me. Y'all want to stand or sit, whatever is comfortable for you. We'll say a quick prayer. Good morning. Heavenly Father, we approach your throne with grace and mercy, knowing that that's what you pour out on us. I ask for the men and women in front of me and behind me to keep it for wisdom and peace on their minds today as they lead our city, as they discuss the matters on the agenda. Ultimately, that we would do this to better serve our neighbor, to serve the people of this city, to serve the ones that you've asked us to love, the least of these. That we keep that in mind. We ask for continued favor as they lead us well. In your son's name we pray.
Amen. Thank you so much. Very appreciated. Mr. Yu, would you do us the honor of leading us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. Okay, we are on opening public comment. Mr. Pruitt?
Good morning, Garrett Pruitt, Carson City District Attorney for the record. Next to me, I have Lucas Burr. I just wanted to introduce Lucas to this board and probably to the rest of the room. Lucas just joined our civil division, and so we'll be providing a lot of great work for the city. He actually just transferred from our juvenile division, so he's been spending a lot of time in court protecting the children of this community. So wanted to introduce him to everybody here.
Welcome to the team. We look forward to working with you. What luck did you draw that you're going to represent?
Good morning, Lucas Burr, District Attorney's Office. I will be representing mainly Public Works is primary assignment, the Department of Alternative Sentencing. I'll be working with the V&T Railroad Commission as well as the Senior Center.
Great variety there. You got your hands full with Public Works. I see Darren back there, so I just thought I'd say that. Congratulations again, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you. I have Mark Costa has requested opening public comment. Good morning.
Excuse me. Good morning. My name is Mark Costa, resident of Carson City. Want to talk about several things today. All of them, though, are budget related. I'm glad to see that the budget discussion is on the agenda for today. Look forward to hearing that discussion. As I reviewed some of the materials before today's meeting, I believe more clarification is needed on the initiatives that are driving these expenditures for the various departments, namely what do they hope to accomplish with these funds, and provide really more of an analysis or at least a background of what some of these expenditures are for. I see looking at them that, and I'll bring out more of these as time permits, big differences between various years and expenditures, and it'd be good to have that kind of knowledge for our people to know. Something I noticed too is that a lot of the budget documents that are up for review and up for knowledge today don't really blend well with the ongoing online budget reporting that we have. So it's difficult to track how well we're doing over the course of the year in terms of adhering to that budget. And I think the public would benefit from a clearer tracking and reporting of our budget expenditures and revenues for that. Department managers and analysts must have summary reports for running their agencies. And while I understand that not all information can be released to the public for a variety of reasons, ongoing work or work in progress or no decision has been made, I think it would be helpful to use some of those reports to go ahead and explain what is going on in the department in terms of expenditures and revenues, and how the public can understand how their money is being spent for that. Finally, remaining time, I wanted to go ahead and highlight some items from the Regional Transportation Fund, which has been mostly, well, my area of focus. Why is there a drop in the beginning balance from about 8.6 million to 900,000 from year to year? Why is there a drop of 85, almost 86% in capital outlays for this? Likewise, we need objectives on initiatives in the budget to explain expenditures. A street maintenance fund, for example, there's a 57% drop in capital outlay also. And where are the approved projects lists? I did find some, and in the tip that's being considered.
Thank you so much.
And thank you.
Thank you. I have Denny French that requested public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. You can hear me? Okay. I have several things on my list of first statements. I would like to suggest that yesterday's meeting for the Planning Commission surprised me a bit. I thought we were getting rid of billboards, and now we're going to get a lit one coming into town from Mount House and such, and I think that's a shame. I think our night skies will be interrupted, our environment will be changed, and that beautiful view that we have coming in after the two billboards before it coming south, it's sort of like sad, and it's being sold to us as a gift, as a way to advertise, and I think there's plenty of ways to suggest that we can advertise without ruining our view sheds. And so then also I'd like to suggest that communication is hugely important to us if we're going to have real conversations that have any kind of substance and then have outcomes. And I think one of the things that's interrupting that is the fact that we're using language that is not what we call plain language. And the Plain Language Act would help solve some of that. Certainly not going to change the fact that we have to have people then decide what we're going to agree on words mean or how sentences are written. One book was written about having an explanation point or a comma in a place that changed the whole structure of that particular sentence. And a whole book. There's a book on a brick and a wall too, but the main thing is communication, if we're not fact-based and that we don't have that as a foundation, is going to be very hard. And the thing about communication to me right now is calendar. It keeps changing on me. It's sort of a mobile unit, which I understand if something's going to get canceled, put in it's been canceled. But meanwhile, put that the meeting's there, and I'd rather be there than miss it because it's not on the calendar. So I'd like that because there'd be the face calendar that just has the three most recent or the most present, the full page calendar, and that full page calendar seems to change a bit in the times. So just to narrow that down for people, yesterday was packed. I mean, in the fact that there were, I had prison, okay, I'll get to this, but they had so many different groups out there besides the highway review. They had environmental protection there. They had the parks there with a survey. All those different things, I had to decide which meeting to go to. And the Planning Commission was the one that I picked, but I did get to pick up materials from the other. Timing on that, I think, was a shame. They all could use a whole week of demonstration and such, so thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't have anyone else signed up for opening public comment, but I see someone coming. Sheriff Furlong.
Thank you, Board. For the record, Sheriff Furlong. Just a notice or an information out to the public today is Law Enforcement Memorial Day. There will be a celebration at 1 o'clock down at the Legislative Complex with combined honor guards and law enforcement agencies all the way across the state. It is critical that we remember those first responders who have lost their lives and their families. And so I invite everyone to attend. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll see what we can do where we recess for today to try and attend. Thank you. It is important. Do I have any other opening public comment? And again, just in case there's anyone, you're welcome to do public comment as an opening on the master plan. If you can't be there tonight, today, now is also an opportunity. So I just wanted to make sure everyone knew that they could do that this morning if they don't want to do 5:30 tonight. So your choices. Okay. No? All right, then we're going to move on. We're on agenda item 6A, which is the approval of our minutes. Does any member have any changes to the minutes? I'll accept a motion. Supervisor Giomi.
I move to approve Carson City Board of Supervisors meeting minutes for April 3, 2025 as presented.
I have a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. Thank you. We're now going to go to the floor, and we are going to work on our special presentations for today. So I'm going to start with one. Come on, you have to come up while we read it. It's not often that we get to talk about what I consider they're not Carson City employees, but they are by far still our family, right? You've done a lot for us. Just for that, start reading.
No. Okay. Well, I should have brought my glasses. All right. Whereas for more than 50 years, Pastor Bruce Henderson has faithfully shepherded the Airport Road Church of Christ, providing spiritual leadership, compassion, and strength to generations of residents. And whereas Pastor Henderson has been more than a pastor, he's been a neighbor, a counselor, a friend, and a guiding light in our capital city, offering words of comfort during sorrow and words of hope in times of challenge. And whereas he has stood as a quiet but powerful presence in the civic life of Carson City, beginning meetings of the Carson City Board of Supervisors and the Nevada Senate with heartfelt prayers that remind us of our shared values, our responsibilities to one another, and the greater purpose behind our public service, including the founding of FISH. And whereas his prayers, rooted in faith and community spirit, have blessed our chambers, grounded our decisions, and uplifted our hearts. And whereas Pastor Henderson's legacy stretches far beyond the pulpit into our neighborhoods, schools, and City Hall, where he has built bridges of kindness, unity, and mutual respect. And whereas his decades of faithful ministry have helped shape the moral and spiritual character of Carson City, making it not only a better place to live, but a stronger and more compassionate community. Now, therefore, on behalf of Mayor Lori Bagwell and the Board of Supervisors, the grateful people of our community do hereby proclaim May 1, 2025 as Pastor Bruce Henderson Day in Carson City, Nevada, in honor of his extraordinary 5 decades of ministry, his faithful service, and his tireless dedication to the people of Carson City. May his legacy continue to inspire civic and spiritual leaders for generations to come.
And I know there's some others in the room that would like to come up and congratulate, and we love pictures with family, friends, and community members. So come on up and let's send them off with nothing but joy, right? Pure joy. Come and share with us. That's right. Pictures matter. I see you. You're not going to hide. Come on up here. Come on, Ken.
It's just a quick story. Ken's coming up too, and in early 1978, I worked at KPTL Radio, and Bruce will remember this. I'll get in the picture. And I was a high school kid, and Bruce would come in during the week and record his sermon to be played on Sunday morning on the radio, and so that was when I met Bruce Henderson 47 years ago, or 48 years ago, Bruce. It's hard to believe it's been that many years, but anyway, just a real world example of how long you've been involved and how long you've been giving heartfelt prayers and thoughts to this community, literally for 50 years. And you know, that's proof of that, from radio to here to government to schools to, I ran into you somewhere after you told me you were retiring. I didn't remember where it was. And I said, hey, I thought you were retired. And it might have been at the hospital even. So even though he's retired, he's still tending to the needs of our community. So you've been incredible, Bruce, and you'll continue to be incredible.
Thanks, Stacy. Okay, and then we have another one. I feel like we're losing our friends, but I hope that you all know you're supposed to keep coming back, right? You're not getting off the hook. Come on up, Sharon. Yes, I thought so. Today's a big share day, and even though, I don't know, I think the arts are spiritual for me, so this still kind of fits in the theme.
This one is tough. I love seeing Sharon in the office, and I have purchased several pieces of art. We just love what you do and have done. So, proclamation. Whereas, and it's Ross. Okay, I thought so, and then I question it. That's right, and I apologize. So, today is Sharon Ross Day, May 1st, 2025. So whereas Sharon Ross has dedicated her time, talent, and passion to enriching the cultural life of Carson City through her tireless support and promotion of the arts, and whereas through her leadership, vision, and unwavering commitment, Sharon has played a pivotal role in expanding opportunities for artists, curating public exhibits, and creating spaces where creativity thrives. Whereas her work with the Capital City Arts Initiative and other local efforts has elevated the visibility of visual arts and artists in our community, turning Carson City into a more vibrant and expressive place. And whereas Sharon has not only advanced the arts, but has brought joy, inspiration, and beauty to the lives of residents and visitors alike, leaving a lasting impression on the cultural fabric of our city, and really helping students as well. It's incredible. Whereas her efforts have empowered both emerging and established artists, fostered creative learning, and deepened the connection between art and everyday life in our public spaces. And whereas Carson City is proud to recognize individuals like Sharon who dedicate their lives to building community through creativity and joy. Now, therefore, the mayor, Lori Bagwell of Carson City, and on behalf of all of us on the Board of Supervisors and a grateful community, do hereby proclaim May 1st, 2025 as Sharon Ross Day in Carson City, Nevada, in honor of her outstanding contributions to the arts and in celebration of the joy and enrichment Sharon has brought to our city through your visionary work and generous, loving, kind spirit.
Right. Okay. Go ahead, Sharon.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm very honored. That is very thoughtful. CCAI is a team effort. It's not just me. I have board members here. Can I introduce them?
Please, come on up. Oh, no, it's a family thing, you know? That's what Board of Supervisors is. Come on up here and celebrate.
Joe Kilpatrick, Wendy Kaplan, Glenn Clemmer, and Gerd Popinga are CCI board members, and they absolutely help make CCAI function. Come on, Joe. I had to come up. You have to come up.
Oh, there you go.
So I hope everybody enjoys this exhibition. So thank you very, very much. It's been an honor. And we still have 4 more exhibitions to do before October 1st.
Before October 1st. Well, we are so excited for all that you guys have done. I know it's a team that makes things happen, and I know that, and want to let you know we appreciate every single one of you for really bringing beauty to our halls. That's kind of what I I look at when I come to a board meeting and I think, oh, today might not be so great, or a little stressful. All I have to do is look at the beauty on the walls and it brings peace, right? Is that not what art is all about? Bringing joy to your hearts. So thank you for doing that for all of us.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else, any family or anyone that needs to jump in? Nope? Okay, let's get a pic. All right. Wait, there's more. There's more. I am really enjoying this morning because, we don't often get to celebrate community efforts. And so it's important that we do that. And come on up here. I see another group. Just another one. Just another one. All right. How about a proclamation for Historic Preservation and Archaeological Awareness Month? That happens to be May, just in case. Whereas historic preservation and archaeological awareness are effective tools for managing growth and sustainable development, revitalizing neighborhoods, fostering local pride, and maintaining community character while enhancing livability. Whereas historic preservation and archaeological awareness are relevant for communities across the nation, both urban and rural, and for Americans of all ages, all walks of life, and all ethnic backgrounds. And whereas it is important to celebrate the role of history in our lives and the contributions made by dedicated individuals in helping to preserve the tangible aspects of the heritage that has shaped us as people. Now, therefore, I, Lori Bagwell, Mayor of Carson City, Nevada, do hereby proclaim May 2025 as Historic Preservation and Archaeological Awareness Month, and call upon the people of Carson City to join their fellow citizens across Nevada in recognizing and participating in this special observance. Okay, how many years for you? I know what we had going on in the room, but I'm guessing you're getting up there too.
Yeah, this is
Oh, wow.
since 1989.
Look at this. That's what I said. It's not just community that serves, it's their length of service, of love for their community. So, talk to us.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you guys for participating in National Historic Preservation and Archaeological Awareness Month. We do it every year. Again, this year, we're sponsoring a scavenger hunt around the historic district in Carson City. This year, we're including front entries, porches, and entry doors, along with sidewalks and transportation features. So it's kind of a varied scavenger hunt. You can, it's, yeah, watch where you're walking. You can find more information at carson.org/scavenger hunt. Entries are open till the end of May. Once again, the Fox Brew Pub has provided a gift certificate as an award, so you're all welcome to join and hope you have fun with that. We've also got, as part of Preservation Month, we do our annual Preservation Awards. This year we picked, Preservation Awards go out to properties both old and new infill within the historic district, as well as people within the district in Carson City who aspire to historic preservation. This year we have 2 awards. Our first one is for Bobby Benson and her property at 420 or 402 South Division Street.
But you could work on 420 next.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's the Mattie Ferris Schultz House. It's a combination of Greek and Revival styles. The house was built around 1875 by George W. Ferris, the designer of the Ferris wheel. His home's located a few blocks to the north. Charles Matthew Schultz was a German immigrant who came to New York when he was 14 years old and immigrated to Western Nevada in 1864 via the Isthmus of Panama in California. He worked for for Hank Dangberg in Carson Valley for a short while before buying a ranch in Carson City. In 1873, he married Marta Maddie Ferris, and they purchased the home from Ferris. Schultz died there in 1923. The Benson family's owned the property since about 1973, is that right? 71. Thanks to Bobby's continued care, its new vibrant yellow color draws attention to its architectural detail, and the original woven wire fence reflects the property's original characteristics. The property is listed on the National Register of Historic Places as a contributing element to the West Side Historic District. Bobby, we appreciate your efforts to continually maintain, steward, and preserve the Maddie Ferris House.
I love it.
Thank you.
We do too. I love the walk with that yellow. It's so bright and cheery.
Can I get a picture with my son?
Yeah. Do you want to say anything?
Um,
Stuff are always welcome.
oh dear. Well, I raised my 4 children there, and we've enjoyed it so much. And that's all.
It looks beautiful.
And you're planning on keeping it in the family.
Yeah,
I'm
yes,
putting them
yeah,
on the record,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Our next award goes to a really special person in Carson City. You know, the residents of Carson City really appreciate its historic heritage. We see it in everyday actions by community development, Parks and Rec, and their respective boards. The new master plan specifically calls out Carson City's historic resources, and the Board of Supervisors has always supported historic preservation efforts. In the past, HRC has posthumously recognized city leaders who have supported historic preservation. This year, we wanted to take a little different approach and recognize someone who continues to promote Carson City's historic legacy. If you believe in reincarnation, I swear that at one time during the 1860s, there was an old dog wandering the streets of Carson City, and he's come back to life as Jed Block. He's been a proud member of HRC for over 15 years, and he's been at our board meetings for at least 30. I think he was just out of high school when he started showing up to board meetings. He knows the history of every building in town and has pictures to prove it. If you ever have a chance to hear his presentation on Carson City, you will be in awe. We appreciate you, sir, and it's my honor to present you this Historic Preservation Award.
Thanks. Yeah, the mayor said, uh-oh, if they all know. I started going to the Historic Resources meetings and redevelopment about 29, 30 years ago. And I was, for a long time, the HRC's public. And I've been on, I wore them down long enough that for like the last 16 years, I've been on the commission. And when you look back, and I think everybody up in here can attest, we all used to be the youngest people involved in Carson, and now we're getting to be some of the oldest. But I didn't pee on anybody's house 100 years ago. But and I really appreciate this. It's I have 2 Victorian money pits, and it takes more money than brains, and vice versa all the time. But I want to thank the Board of Supervisors and everybody that is proud of our historic resources and tries to promote and save them all the time. A few years ago, I took a bunch of aluminum siding off of my house, and I found an article where Jan Benson did the same thing to his house in 1972. So there's always a resurgence of stuff, but I really appreciate everybody's help and continuing education on this. And the oldest sidewalk that I found is in pretty good shape.
I like that. Thank you, Chad. Okay.
No, my wife.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Daddy. Anytime, anytime. Okay. What a great way to actually start a long day. It's just a great way to start. Give just a second for people to clear. Back up. Okay, we're now on to our consent agenda. No one has requested an item to be pulled, but just in case, okay. Supervisor Giomi, a motion, please.
I move to approve the consent agenda consisting of item 8A, 8B, 9A, 10A, 10B, 10C, 10D, 11A, 11B, and 12A, all as presented.
I have a motion and a second for approval of the consent agenda. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. Okay, we're now on to agenda item 14A, which is discussion and possible action on the coordination of our legislative activity. Mr. Gresh. Uh-oh, it's getting dangerous. It's got Mr. Razor with it too. All right,
I have to build us a new place to have this meeting, right?
there you go.
All right, and good morning, Supervisors. For the record, Cameron Gresh, Carson City Government Affairs Liaison. I know we've got a long meeting ahead of us, so I'm going to be brief. We have 33 days left until the end of session, which sounds scary when I say it out loud. Right now, today, we are awaiting the Economic Forum's report. Per law, they give this report before the legislature starts passing budget legislation. Based on some of the hearings that I've been witnessing regarding budgets, we expect this report to be perhaps a little financially gloomy in the face of declining tax revenues, international tourism declines, and the like. However, those discussions are ongoing right now, and I will report back once I've been able to view them. That is just my own speculation based on what the legislature has been hearing up to now. So with that being said, I would also just like to take a quick moment to mention in relation to the budget, our bill, AB 32. I have others I want to speak to you about, but just to provide a quick update, our bill is in the Assembly Ways and Means Committee right now because it has a fiscal note attached to it, and the chair of that committee is not moving forward she's not putting out for a work session any bills that have a fiscal note on them until after the Economic Forum's report. So we are waiting along with many others for the chair to take the forum's report into consideration when designating work sessions for not just our bill, but pretty much every other in the committee. So I look forward to reporting back to the board. They said this would not occur until before May 8th, would not occur before May 8th. So while we're doing our best, that is the last word from the committee that I received on AB 32, our V&T Commission study bill. And with that quick update concluded, I want to go ahead and start off today by discussing Assembly Joint Resolution 1, and this is why I have our treasurer, Andrew Razor, here next to me, just because this bill might be one of the more technical ones I've brought before you before. It has gotten a significant amount of press, and it's actually been featured in previous sessions. But to give you a brief overview of what Assembly Joint Resolution 1 does, it's a proposal to change the Nevada Constitution to update how property taxes are calculated when someone buys or inherits real estate. So right now, property taxes are based on the value of the land plus the buildings on it, but the value of the buildings goes down over time, and this is called depreciation, which helps keeps taxes lower, of course. Also, current law places limits on how much property taxes can increase each year through a system called abatements. This new resolution says that when a property is sold or transferred, the new owner won't get any tax breaks during the first year. They have to pay taxes based on the full value per normal, without aging discounts or abatements. But then, starting the second year, the building's value is treated like it was brand new when it was bought, restarting the aging process. That means even if the building is old, it will be taxed like it's new. This change would make taxes go up for people who buy or inherit property. Also, the legislature would need to decide or to define what counts as a sale or transfer, as the bill's language right now doesn't explicitly define that. The goal is to bring in more money for tax systems, but it could mean higher costs for new property owners and disparities between taxes paid by property owners in the same neighborhood on the same street. And so this is AJR 1. Andrew, I don't know if you want to give just a few comments from the treasurer's perspective on it, but that's kind of the long and short of it, and I can go into more detail if requested.
For the record, Andrew Razor, Carson City Treasurer. So Mr. Gresh did a really good job of trying to put something that is only 3 pages in the bill length. Short doesn't mean simple. And so, as he mentioned, this is a bill that has resurfaced. So it's kind of the legislative gift that keeps on giving. It was originally in 2017, SJR 14, and then in 2023, it was AJR 7, and then now it's AJR 1. And so kind of a tale of two cities. As he was mentioning, you could be driving south on Solomon, and you've got the old part of Carson City going from Robinson, Telegraph, Appaloosa, Pinto, where you have the older places that already have that depreciation and obsolescence built in. And then to the east side of the street, now you have the Lennar and Ryder homes where you have the new construction. What this bill would do would reset it so that even if you bought one of the older homes, if you sale or transfer that property, that now is considered at that new construction value. Even though that house could have been built in the 1970s, it could now have that same new construction value as the house that is being completely brand new across the street in those Lennar Ryder homes. One of the downsides of this bill is that it does not specifically state what a sale or transfer is, and it says that the legislature will decide to determine that. So does that mean that me as Andrew Razor, I have my property in my personal name and I decide I want to put it into a trust? Is that a sale or transfer? I'm not selling it. I'm not giving it to anybody. I'm just legally transferred into another entity. Would that now be considered that reset to where now I have new construction value for my property tax determination? And so it has some issues with it that have been concerning to folks. One of the questions that I receive is why would people want to be sponsoring this bill? You look at it, and some of that has to go with, for example, the mayor of Sparks, Mr. Ed Lawson. He is in favor of the bill, saying that property tax revenues have been keeping up with budget demands, and that by doing this reset, that would provide additional money for a government entity. You also have education associations that are in support of this bill, saying that this also increase property tax revenue for supportive education. Those who are against it include those like real estate agents, real estate associations that are saying that this is going to hurt or impact the real estate market. Why would somebody want to buy a used home when now you can buy a new home when you're having that same disparity between the two? So we'll see how this goes because it does say an amendment to the Constitution or the Nevada Constitution. That would be based on the information I've read. It would have to go to the voters to decide. So even if it is passed, it would still have to go to the voters for that determination. So I don't know if you have any questions for me or any other information I can provide to you.
Does any member have a question? So just for clarity's sakes, you're indicating that the legislation actually grants authority for a later determination on what a sale or transfer is? Are you saying that'll go like to the legislative commission or somebody to put regulations?
Correct, Mayor. Yeah,
Okay,
it doesn't
for the
state
definitions.
what is legally defined as a sale or transfer. And then the language in the last part of the bill states that the legislature will determine that. So it's left vague. It's kind of the way I see it as a bill that's just put together and we'll determine it as we go along. But that is a big consideration as to what a sale or transfer is, because that really leaves a broad opening and determination as to how that would impact the real estate market and what is considered property that is what we considered as a sale between party A and party B, or like I said, between myself and a trust, or going from an inheritance from, parent to a child.
I think I'm a little bit interested too, that I haven't seen any documentation, but I wonder if the realtors actually have some evidence that suggests, or what I'm hearing from you is they're suggesting, but do the older homes in Carson City not command the sales price that's equivalent to new homes? So when I look, it's, you look at a median, but I'd be kind of interested do those sell? Pretend our median is 500,000 for a single family home. Do our older homes sell for 400 and the new ones sell for 600 and 700 to get to that median? Is that a true and accurate assessment of what's going on, or is just the market really bearing what's sold? And then my understanding of the legislation is it doesn't change the value itself of the home that the assessor has placed, new or old. It removes your depreciation, so you don't reduce it. But if it was market at 400, it's not making it match the market of a brand new home. That's not what it's doing.
Correct.
So I just want to be clear on the record of the intent of the bill is to talk about you just bought a home for $400,000 or $500,000, but you're actually only being taxed with a 50 or a 75% reduction on that value. And so the argument is, should you only be paying $1,000 for a home you just paid $500,000 for?
Yeah, it
That's the argument. And then it goes into just what everyone's saying. So I've got the public that's constantly saying, Lori, why can't you fix roads? Right? Well, if your tax base keeps declining and you aren't building any new homes, and you start applying abatements or depreciation, you get less money.
Mhm.
That's just the reality. And I'm not making a statement whether it's right or wrong. I just think we need to be clear on why the individual is trying to help, because the local governments, as you said, are not able to keep pace, yet the demands from the community are rising and they want services. But the dollars just are declining over your base. So
Correct.
that's the impact of the legislation. Is it greatly written or any of that? I'm not commenting, right? It needs work for more understanding, and it's difficult to support or not support when you don't have enough detail on what they're going to consider a transfer. I think
Correct.
that's imperative knowledge for all of us, right?
Correct. And I will add that this bill did change. One of the other components of this bill is that it would have provided an abatement for individuals who are 62 or over or have a qualifying disability, and that language has since been struck out. So now it just deals with that depreciating obsolescence portion that we discussed.
Okay. Anybody else? Any questions? Mr. White, Supervisor White.
Thank you. I'm a little concerned about, as you've described this, being fairly open-ended. We'll define it later. You know, when we amend the Nevada Constitution, that should be very finite and well explained. In fact, I don't know how this bill is even a legal bill, because as I read what we're supposed to do, any amendment has to be finite and explained. So how do we support this bill that doesn't do that?
It's a tough one.
You need to be a lot more clear for me to support any amendment. Now, I'm not speaking necessarily on the particulars of the bill, what it's trying to do. I'm speaking on the philosophy of, you don't change the Constitution willy-nilly, oh, I'll figure it out later. That's just nonsense.
Okay. No one else? All right, next. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you. So moving on to my second of three bills, AB 211. It's Assembly Bill 211 deals with how cities and counties can respond to unsafe or poorly maintained homes. In this bill, they're called substandard properties. In other states that have enacted similar legislation, they can be referred to as like blighted properties or other similar terms. A few other states have also investigated this. The law says that if a house or apartment violates safety or health rules and puts the residents or public in danger, local governments can take action. But first, they must give the property owner notice explaining what needs to be done, be fixed, and by when. But if the owner doesn't fix the problems, the city or county, or even tenants or tenant organizations can ask a court to officially declare the property substandard. The court can then appoint someone called a receiver to take control of the property. This person can collect the rent, hire contractors, and make repairs using the property's income. The receiver may also get loans for the repairs and can place a lien on the property to make sure those loans are paid back. The court can also order the owner to pay for government costs and possibly pay tenants to move temporarily if repairs make the home unsafe to live in, and then tenants can return once the repairs are made. This bill is, I think, relative to topics I've discussed before the board before, relative to properties in our own communities. And that's why I brought it up today. It's just kind of one more tool for cities or counties with properties that they've been struggling to connect with ownership on, struggling to maintain, has been creating nuisance or safety problems. This is aimed at that. And so that's why I'm bringing it before the board today. And if the board has any more questions, I have the text and everything in front of me. I'm happy to. It is much, much shorter than the bill we just discussed, but happy to go into it as needed.
Does anybody need? Nope. Oh, go ahead, Supervisor Giommi.
I guess that probably a question for Dan. How would this interact with our existing nuisance ordinances? I mean, does this strengthen it? Does it make if this passes as is, does it make our ordinance unnecessary? I mean, I feel like we have the ability to address this, and I know that in our previous employment with the city, both Curtis and I have had instances where we've addressed nuisances and adequately abated them, and we didn't. I don't know. To my knowledge, we didn't face a challenge in doing that. So I guess that's. Is it needed? Is the question. Well, I shouldn't ask you that because is there a conflict? How would they interact? It's a better question. That way, you don't have to opine on whether it is needed or not.
Sure. No, I appreciate the clarification. That's a good question. I'd have to do a careful cross-referencing of the two, CCMC, with respect to state law and see if there's any sort of a superseding effect. And that's, really is going to involve a more careful analysis on a provision by provision basis.
Okay. And when I looked at it, it seemed like our nuisance ordinance on steroids and crammed into state law. It's what it looks like to me. Because it's a whole new chapter. They're not amending anything existing. All right, thank you.
And is it for all properties or only residential?
I believe only residential. I will double check. I don't remember seeing things about commercial in there, so I believe this is totally
Do you
targeted.
know, have you heard any of the comment on it or the requesters of the bill? Is there a problem in a certain jurisdictional area with landlords not correcting issues? I'm going to guess that's really what's driving the bill. Yes?
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
so they're not making the needed repairs, but people are paying rent and living there. And so we certainly had one here where we had that as a case. So, but we did, as Supervisor Giommi says, we were able to navigate through that process, but we didn't have to get to the stage where the person was just refusing to do work.
No. No.
At the end
we
of the
did.
time.
I mean,
You did it.
I
Right.
have, yeah.
Oh, on a different
when I
one.
was in the fire department,
Okay,
we
on a
did it
different
on at least one occasion, and Public Works was involved in an entire building that was torn down because the property owner
Was so
refused to
bad.
do work. The other concern, two concerns I have with it is one, that it only applies to residential, and this is a fairness issue there for me because blighted commercial property is equally dangerous. Obviously, people don't inhabit it. I get that. But they're not supposed to. Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
it's a better way to say
but they do. Yeah, you're right. And it can be an issue. Certainly in our bigger cities, I know that's an issue. And the second one is the fact that an HOA can bring this action, and that really kind of concerns me. I'm already a little concerned about how strong HOAs are. Fortunately, knock on wood, wherever it is, that Carson doesn't have a whole lot of HOAs, but I don't like giving power to a group of people like an HOA or an entity like that. So those are the two concerns that I have with it.
Okay. All right. What else do you have for us?
So, and the bills are getting smaller. This one's much, much shorter than even the two before it. This one was brought up as a request by a constituent to be included at the next board meeting. That is AB 429, which changes rules about who can create or manage conservation easements. Quick definition of conservation easement is a legal agreement that protects natural areas by limiting how the land can be used. Before this bill, only certain people or groups could make or change these arrangements. Now, this bill says that any person or organization, including government agencies at the state or local level, can create, change, or end a conservation easement, just like they can with other types of property agreements. However, before a conservation easement becomes official, the person or group who will hold the easement, called the holder, must agree to it, and then agreement must be recorded in official documents. These easements usually last forever unless the document says otherwise or a court decides to end or change it. Also, if someone already owns part of the land, the easement can't affect their property unless they agree to it. And that's basically the long and short of AB 429. It was amended to address some concerns about its vagueness by government entities. And so what we are seeing now is the amended version. And I've spoken with our Parks and Open Spaces Director. We do not have any concerns at the city level about how this law would affect us or be implemented in any way.
No questions. Okay, next.
Oh, no, that's
That's it?
Sorry, that's it, yes.
We made it through the list?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there any public comment on this item? Okay, thank you. I guess I know where you're going next, over there.
Yes.
Okay, do well, do well. Okay, we're now going to move on to agenda item 15A, which is discussion and possible action on direction to staff concerning the proposed Carson City fiscal year 2026 tentative budget, which includes our general fund, special revenue funds, enterprise funds, and all other budgeted funds, and supplemental requests and recommendations, which if approved will be included in the final budget. Supervisor Horton, may I have your disclosure, please?
Yes. NRS 281A 420 requires me to disclose a conflict and abstain from voting when I have a disqualifying conflict. This agenda item is the proposed Carson City fiscal year 2026 tentative budget, which includes the general fund, special revenue funds, enterprise funds, and all other budgeted funds in the city. My two sons are employed by the city as firefighters, and their salaries are funded by the general fund. While I do have a familiar relationship, this agenda item is a routine procedural matter for the broader purpose of taking action on the city's overall budget, and my son's salaries are being considered along with other employee salaries in the aggregate. There is no discussion specific to my son's individual salaries, nor is there any discussion specifically related to their employment position. Additionally, Nevada's ethic laws give appropriate deference to the public policy of states which favor the right of the public official to perform the duties for which the public official was elected or appointed, and to vote because abstention disrupts the normal course of representative government. Since abstention is only required in clear cases where the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected, and I do not believe that to be the case because this agenda matter concerns broader policies, considerations related to budgetary issues as a whole. I make this disclosure for full transparency, but will be voting.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Schutte, may I have your disclosure, please?
Yes. NRS 281A.420 requires me to disclose a conflict and abstain from voting when I have a disqualifying conflict. This agenda item is for the proposed Carson City fiscal year 2026 tentative budget, which includes the general fund, special revenue funds, enterprise funds, and all other budgeted funds in the city. My nephew, Chris Martinovich, is the city's transportation manager, and his salary is funded by the Regional Transportation Fund and the Fleet Management Fund. While I do have a familial relationship with Chris, this is a routine procedural matter for the broader purpose of taking action on the city's overall budget, and my nephew's salary is being considered along with other employee salaries in the aggregate. There is no discussion specific to Chris's individual salary, nor is there any discussion specifically related to the position of transportation manager. Additionally, Nevada's ethics law give appropriate deference to the public policy of the state, which favors the right of a public official to perform the duties for which the public official was elected or appointed, and to vote because abstention disrupts the normal course of representative government. Since abstention is only required in clear cases where the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected, and I do not believe that to be the case because this agenda matter concerns broad policy considerations related to budgetary issues as a whole. I make this disclosure for full transparency, and I will be voting.
Thank you so much. Okay, Miss Benaboo, take us through.
Good morning, Sherry Russell Benaboo, Chief Financial Officer, and I have with me Pam Ganger. She's the Deputy Chief Financial Officer. And we'll be presenting the overview of the proposed tentative budget. I want to take a moment to thank the finance staff. This year's a legislative year, which a lot of my time goes to evaluating bills and working with department heads to make sure our evaluation on that fiscal impact is correct. So it's left up to Pam and the rest of the office to really put the details of this budget together. We couldn't do it without the finance office. I really appreciate all of them. And then, of course, the department heads also have a huge role in getting together their supplementals and capital and reviewing our work to make sure there's no errors. It really is a team effort, and I really appreciate everybody. This is the tentative budget. It was due and filed with the state on April 15th, as required. The tentative budget only includes contractual increases, so all of the salaries from the negotiated bargaining units are included, and then some state contracts that we have that they do necessary functions, child protective services, that kind of thing that we have to pay. Those increases should be included as well. We do budget conservatively. I say this every year, we don't fake numbers, but with revenues, we look at historical, what's going on, we look at the economy, and we tend to budget a little more conservatively, a little smaller. And then in expenses, we try to include every single dollar we are aware of. So we're not missing anything at the end of the year. As I get into the presentation, we'll get to the 5-year projection, pardon me, that really kind of shows where we're going with the budget. So bear with me for a few minutes as I go over some information for the public. I know you've probably heard it tons of times, but we're going to get into some details we always go through. So this is the revenue summary. This is the entire city, all of our 50 funds combined into one big chart. So intergovernmental revenue resources is the largest, the purple box there, or pie chart there. It's basically all of our grants. It is the consolidated taxes we receive from the state, our sales taxes. So that is the biggest piece. The next biggest piece is probably the charges for services, though it is split up. That's the enterprise fund. Those are all our utilities. Internal service charges, that's where we charge ourselves, all the other funds. And then the landfill makes up the regular charges for services there. Property taxes is also a very big piece of the puzzle, probably on par with what we receive for the enterprise funds. The property taxes and the C taxes are the largest resources of the general fund. But overall, citywide, those are our resources. And then we have another slide with all of our expenditures citywide. And as you can see, public safety is the largest there. That includes not only police and fire, but ambulance, includes juvenile detention and alternative sentencing. 911 surcharge is also in there. And then the general government is all of our city functions. So the DA's office, IT, finance, board of supervisors, city manager, HR, all of our city functions. Those are the two largest categories of expenditures. This next chart just kind of lays out exactly what I just explained in a pie chart. It does have the audited 2024 numbers. It has the re-estimated 2025, and then where we're looking at going for 2026. This is a page of the budget. So now I'm going to narrow in on the general fund because that is our operating fund. So it's very important we understand the revenues and expenses there. So again, as I explained, C taxes and property taxes are our largest revenues in the general fund. I thought that was on this slide, but we'll keep moving forward. We did increase, overall, the general fund revenues increased by 2.5%. Property taxes are up 5%, as I did explain during our February meeting. And then C taxes for 2025, we left flat. I'll get into that in a moment. Basically, we're not sure what the state's doing with that. So I left that flat for 2025, and I only estimated a 1% increase for 2026. And I'll explain that in a few minutes. But overall, we only have a 2.5% increase in revenues. So this just lays out where our general fund revenues kind of fall year over year. The gold bar is our C tax, and then the dark green is property taxes. So as you can see, that's a very large chunk of the general fund budget year over year over year. It's very consistent. So I'm going to dive in now to those two large revenue sources. Property taxes, this rate has been at 3.57 for quite some time. We set this rate in February, looking at what would happen if we increased it or decreased it. And because of the abatements, not a lot happened. So we decided just to leave it at 3.57. Please stop me if you have any questions as I go through. This next slide shows the 2025 statewide and countywide tax rates. And so you can see Carson City is one of the lowest tax rates. Our neighboring counties are at 3.66, which is the max. So the property tax, this chart shows the tax revenue, which is the red line, in conjunction with the assessed values. And as you can see, the assessed values are increasing faster than the tax rate, which makes sense because the abatements keep our taxes at only 3% for residential and then around 8% for commercial. So it does make sense that our assessments are increasing faster than revenue. There's no questions there. We'll move into the sales taxes. And this is where I want to kind of discuss, this is our taxable sales data. And we do have that data through fiscal year 2024, which is shown on this slide. You can see 22, 23, and 24 are very plateaued. We're not increasingly, they've kind of plateaued there. And this year in 2025, as I think you're all aware, I do send emails out every month regarding sales tax data. But for the general public, it's been a very big struggle to estimate what our sales taxes are going to be. The state is implementing a new revenue system, and that revenue system is not giving out the taxable sales data yet. They say when they get it, they will go back and we'll be able to get all of that data. So we're all of the counties are anxiously anticipating that data because currently we are getting a distribution every month, but we don't know what that represents. We only got half of a distribution in November. And so we don't know if that distribution is catch up from November. We don't know if our sales taxes for December and January have gone up or down. We have no idea. We just get a distribution every month and hope for the best right now. So I should be getting our April distribution sometime today or tomorrow, and I will update everybody on what that looks like as far as dollar amounts, but I can't tell you if our actual taxable sales are up or down, which is very hard to estimate what I think is going to happen in 26 when I have no data since October of 2024. And that's why I've been ultimately conservative here. The state did project 0.75% increase. I don't know how they're projecting it. They don't have any numbers either. But they projected in 2025 that little increase, and I decided to stay flat at 0 just because I don't know what's happening. And they projected, I think, a 2% increase for Carson City in 2026, and I cut it to 1% because I just don't know what's going on, and there's no way they can either. So I'd rather, have the money come in later and spend it than have to come back and say, oh my God, I overprojected. So that's where our sales taxes. The next slide just shows, I love this, it's like a 20-year slide now. It shows the history and the volatility of our C taxes. There is no cap here, so it definitely depends on where the economy is going. It looks like we've been doing gangbusters, straight up since 2012 there. But you can see there was a plateau in 2021 to 2024, and that might have been the downturn. I mean, it's kind of known that every 10 years the market adjusts and we have a little bit of a downturn. And in the readings over the last 5 years, they think that we're going to have a downturn, but it's not going to be as significant as the rest of the nation. So that might be, but I don't know because I don't have sales tax numbers. So it's very hard to project anything right now. If there's no questions on revenue, I'll go to expenditures. So the general fund expenditures, again, public safety is our largest. In the general fund, it houses the fire, the police, alternative sentencing, and juvenile probation and detention. So it's by far the largest. It's 47.6%, which is $49.6 million. Number 2 is the general government, again, very consistent. That includes many departments, as I said before, at 26.4%. And then just in case the public's not aware, sanitation is actually the landfill. It's just the function that's called sanitation. The next slide goes into expenditures. Again, across time, we're very consistent with how we're spending our money. Kind of shows public safety is number 1 with the light green, and the dark green is the general government function. And then this slide, again, I like to show the breakout, which is very, very consistent from year to year, salary and benefits, services and supplies. In 2026, we're projecting 78.9% of general fund expenditures are salaries and benefits. The rest are services and supplies.
Sherry, what
Yes.
was last year's percentage?
Last year's was 77.4.
So we're starting to creep up a little.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
This one is just a layout of the general fund employees over time. And we have added quite a few employees in the last 5 years. However, many of them are grant funded. In 2007, what was kind of the top before the Great Recession, we had 509 general fund employees. So we're now at 519, so we've surpassed that. It's primarily due to the Public Defender's Office, the addition of the firefighters, and then just little positions here and there throughout the general fund. There's no questions there. This slide shows our general fund operating revenues. So it's kind of a weird slide, but revenues are always going to equal more than expenses, revenues being the blue line. We have to have that gap in there or we have no capital. So that's the gap is how we fund our capital. It's also the fund balance or rainy day just in case fund. So without a gap, we would be in serious trouble and the state would not approve our budget because there has to be at least a 4% of expenditures gap. So this is just a written of all those charts, pretty much exactly what I said. I will let you know that for property taxes, the commercial property cap is 7.1. There's 2 calculations there. There's an average 10-year assessed value increase. That's the 7.1. CPI, double CPI change in 2 years was only 5.8. So we are using the largest of the 2, a 7.1 as we are allowed. So this is, we show this graph for every single fund that we do. It's just the audited 2024, the estimated 2025, and then the projection of 2026. Looking at this, we look amazing because we have an 18.1% fund balance at the end of the day. I mean, that's above our fiscal goal. However, On the next page, it shows our 5-year graph. And I basically had to have that 18.1% in order to get us to the 8.3, the bottom of our fiscal policies in year 5. So what this is telling you is that the revenue is not keeping up with expenditures currently. I do have the 1.5 supplementals built in there. And I do hope that consolidated taxes come in better than I'm projecting. Unfortunately, I don't know. So this is a conservative, safe way to go this year, in my opinion. So we've also built in there, just so everybody's aware, we've also built in there the operations of the new fire station, EOC. That's the $315,000. The staffing for the courts, that includes the district court, and potentially, because that's a bill, we might have to have another district judge. And then the justice court needs another judge, because we have hit 60,000 as a population. So the next election cycle, we will be electing another judge, so we have to have another courtroom, and that is the operations of that facility. So it's not building the facility, but it's the people we need, all the clerks and all that in the facility. The contingency, it's $500,000 each year, and then that also includes the raises that all the elected officials will be, the bill that's going through that potentially could give all the elected officials raises if it passes.
Sherry, is
Yes.
there any other potential legislation out there that we would have to, that we're not accounting for here that has unfunded mandates?
I believe there are, but they're not as significant as the ones I've included. And we're not and we're not sure they're going to pass either. So yeah.
But it's another concern that we could have legislation passes that say, this one Carson City, another couple $100,000.
Unfortunately, yeah, until the legislature's done, I can't, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So the next slide I put in here, I usually only show it during the first meeting we have in February, but I thought it was important to show what capital we're going to be able to fund over the next 5 years with the current projections. It's looking pretty dismal. Landfill does have a pretty big number because all of their revenue except $1.75 million is transferred for landfill use, and the $1.75 million stays with the general fund. So that's what falls out after the revenue, the operating expenses, and then the 1.75 that the general fund keeps. We do have 1% of expenditures for fleet for a couple years, and then it's not looking so good in 28. Extraordinary maintenance, we are able to fund the 5% of property taxes for the 5 years, but nothing falls out for remaining capital. Nothing fell out in 26 for remaining capital either. So thank you very much. When we did augmentations for 24, there was extra funding of about 5.36 million, so 5.4 million, and we rolled that into the capital projects fund. So we do have some capital to fund in 2026. We wouldn't have that otherwise, so thank you. So just going to run through a couple big funds here real quick, and then we'll talk about supplementals. So Capital Projects Fund. These are funds, obviously, that do capital projects for the city. So this is our primary fund, where the plan that we're going to talk about today gets funded out of. As we approve plans and the EOC and the backup dispatch new fire station that we've been talking about for quite some time, that's being built right now. The budget for that is in fiscal year 25. If it finishes up in 26, we will move that budget to 26. But all of the projects that have been approved and the capital that's been approved is sitting in 2025 right now. Again, whatever isn't finished as of June 30th, 2025, will move forward to 2026. So 2026 is just what the current plan allows. And because we got a great interest rate in the capital projects fund last year, we had like $1.2 million in interest or in earnings from our investments. And then we had some savings, some grant-funded stuff that we didn't have to spend out of here. We're able to fund $7.4 million from last year's break fix and the savings in 2024. We're able to fund $7.4 million in capital. And then we do have the transfer from the general fund, which I just explained was the little bit of fleet and the landfill. And then the infrastructure fund, this one's just a big one I thought was important. This one is holding the Williams Street project, which is breaking ground this summer. So that's got, we did $5.5 million in debt. We got a $9.3 million raise grant, and then $2 million in federal appropriations. So that's what that big $20 million number in 2025 is for. Again, we're breaking ground this summer, so it probably won't be finished by June 30th. So a lot of that will probably roll forward into 2026. The special revenue funds.
Oh, excuse
Can
me,
I-
Supervisor
yes,
Sheedy,
yes, of course.
question?
Thank you. Sherry, during public comment, there was a question about the different, why the drop. So can you just explain that a little bit?
Yeah, so the drop is because we budget all of the projects, we find the money, and we budget the revenue and expense in the current year in 2025, because we're breaking ground on that likely in May or June. So when we start the Williams Street off, we want to make sure all the funding is there. We don't know exactly how much we're going to spend in May and June. So until we know that and we have that done audited figure as of June 30th, 2024, we don't roll forward the unused portion. That's the first round of augmentations, when we roll forward that unused portion. So really, in 2026, what's in there now is for the current and future capital plan. It's for what we're going to be looking at today as our capital plan. Yeah, you're welcome. So the special revenue funds, this one I just like to point out quality of life, because it's such a, it's voter approved and it's such a great thing for our community. So this, we always break out the park maintenance has to be 20%, the capital 40%, and the open space 40%. We track exactly what we're doing. Looks like we're buying some water rights next year. And you'll see more in the capital plan, but this is what our 26 budgets looks like. The 25 is a bit higher because we have some projects going on there, and we did bond for, the Centennial Park project, or John D. Williams, sorry. Winters, yeah. So 2025 is a bit bigger, but again, unused portion will roll into 26. And then this is the Regional Transportation Fund. This was recommended for approval on April 9th by the RTC board. So this Regional Transportation, JAC, and street maintenance were all approved on April 9th to move forward. They did not approve the supplementals that you'll see in your packet. So they were not recommended to move forward by IFC either. There is $1.6 million of debt that we're paying in this fund, and that pays off in 2028, so we can issue more in 2029 if we want to, or we can just use it for projects rolling forward. And this one has the same thing. We've got a lot of road projects going on, the biggest of which is the 5th Street pavement project. So there's a bunch of street and district projects going on, and that's why there's the large capital outlay of $16 million. So next year, 2.3, that'll be in the capital plan of what we're planning on doing moving forward. And again, if we don't finish all that money by June 30th, that will roll forward into 2026. Street maintenance, again, it's very similar to what it was last year. This fund primarily does the maintenance, not the big capital projects. So their capital outlay is typically equipment, and it just depends on what equipment they need, how big that line item is. So this year they only need one big piece of equipment that's $940,000. Last year they needed a little more. or they haven't received it yet, and it rolled forward from the prior year. That big equipment sometimes takes us many, many, many months to receive. Okay, so the debt service, this one, honestly, all the funds just send money to debt service to pay the debt. So it's very consistent year over year. All we're doing is paying debt with this fund. I was going to point out there was a increase in the intergovernmental, and that's where we paid off the previous the CTA bonds paid off, and we issued new ones. So we're back up to receiving money from CTA to pay off their bonds.
For Centennial
For the, yeah.
part.
All right, and then enterprise funds a little bit. These were approved to move forward by the Utility Finance Oversight Committee on April 10th. So I'm not going to go over these a ton. The salaries and benefits are very consistent throughout. They don't look like they're overly high as far as percentage of increase. And the revenues are very consistent, increasing about 2 or 3%. Based on the CPI and what the rate increase was for those funds. But the one thing I did want to point out is our fiscal policies, which is the next slide. Yeah, we met all of our fiscal policies with all of these funds. So just to go over it briefly, the operating revenue is based on number of days. So for this fund, it's 30 to 45 days. I think water is 60 days. Or 45 to 60 days. So it's based on number of days, like an industry standard. And then the capital reserves, there's two numbers. There's the goal of 2% of our capital assets or depreciation. So whichever is larger is the capital reserve. And then the debt to equity ratio, that we want that to be at least 50-50. And we're doing amazing, we're 24.76. So if something big happens, we have the ability to bond and fix it, which is great. And then the debt service coverage, the goal is 1%, and we're at 2.8, so we can definitely cover our debt. I'm not going to go over that again for every single slide, but that's kind of what those all mean. The water fund, again, same thing here, not anything big going on. There is a big number in capital, and that's a quill treatment plant, basically. We're all very aware of that. So with the fiscal policies again, on the next slide, we meet all our fiscal policies. It's water, so I made them all blue, sorry. I don't get to be creative very often as an accountant, so I was pretty proud of myself with that one.
Don't want to know what you made wastewater.
We had just passed that one. So yeah, this one's 60 to 90 days is the operating reserve. But again, we do meet all of our financial policies. And then the stormwater utility fund. This one, again, same. There's not a whole ton going on here. Salaries and expenses seem higher in this one. And that's because for the last 3 years, we've done a new, I think it's 3, maybe 2, but we've done a new FTE here which was part of the plan for increasing the rates here each year starting in January. So that's why the increase. And then again, the fiscal policies, we meet all of our fiscal policies. And this one is the industry standard is 45 days for operating expenses, is the operating reserve. All right, the ambulance is just near and dear to my heart because that one, they're completely independent now. The general fund used to have to subsidize them, and we do not anymore, thanks to the Nevada Medicaid program. So that Medicaid program is included in charges for services because it is the charges for services. And then salaries and expenses. Salaries are down a little bit in 2026, which is overtime. If the wildland fire uses these individuals to go out to a fire, their overtime is reimbursed. And so we have to increase both the revenue and the expense. And so that's what's happening in 25. So it just depends on what wildland fires were called out on as to where the overtime lands with that. Okay, the internal service funds. I'm only going to talk about two here, and these are kind of sad. The workers' comp fund is the first one. So all of the employees get a little charge every paycheck to help pay the workers' comp. We're self-funded, we're self-insured. The claims used to be.
Sherry, can we restate something there?
Yeah.
It's not charged to the employee as
No,
an
no.
expense.
It's charged
You
to the
said on their
city.
paycheck. I just want to.
Yeah, I'm
no, it's
sorry.
not.
I'm sorry. It is not charged
it's
the
not.
employee. It is
Right.
charged through payroll, but
As
it
a
comes from
transfer.
their department, wherever they live.
Yeah.
Then it's charged to the workers' comp fund, but
Yeah.
the city pays their half. Yeah.
Right.
So back in 2018 and 2019, our claims were around $500,000 a year. Now they're over $1 million. So this fund is really struggling. I did increase it 25%, the premiums, as I told you I was going to again. And so I'm hoping it comes out where we do have that $3 million goal. That's our goal for reserves in this fund, simply because one big claim from a regular employee is $750,000 is our stop loss limit for insurance. And one public safety employee is $2 million. So keeping a $3 million reserve in there helps if we do have a large claim. And then insurance fund, this one is also struggling. Again, in 22-23, our claims were only about $200,000 a year, and they're up to about $600,000. So even with the traveler settlement, we're still, down under the $1 million threshold that I like to keep in there. I am still hopeful that claims will go down in this fund, so I have not budgeted for the $1 million in 2026. I'm at about 700 and you can see it, 740,000. But I'm hoping claims come in better than projected, and we don't have to increase this premium anymore. We did increase it by 300,000 this year, so I'm hoping we don't have to increase it anymore going forward, but we'll see. So next steps, we'll look at supplementals. We'll look in our capital improvement plan. That's the next item. And then on May 27th, we have the final adoption of the final budget. And then that budget is due on June 1st. Now, there was a table in your packet that we are going to have to make a change to the final budget. It was page 83 to 87 of the actual budget, contract schedule 31 and 32. Unfortunately, when that was created, it was created with the wrong years. It was created with 24 and 25, so the tentative budget schedule is wrong. So we will update that when we do the final budget, and I wanted you all to know that that was definitely going to be a big change in the final budget. So it'll be the 25, 26 numbers, as it should be. So we're going to move on to supplementals.
And Sherry,
Yes.
I'm going to interrupt you because I want to be cognizant of everyone's time. And the sheriff's department has indicated they would like to get to the memorial. So we're going to go backwards in this process, or forward, whichever way you want to look at it. And we're going to talk about the positions and do the department discussion first.
Okay.
I see the courts are in here. The assessor has an event to get to. And then we'll bring Sherry back to discuss the other supplemental besides the positions. So just so that the audience is aware, or those that are here, the assessor will be up first to talk about her position. The sheriff's office is then going to come up and talk about theirs, and then the courts. So I'm going to do those in that order, and then I'll call up the other departments, but just so I can be cognizant of the time that was requested for people. So we're going to take like just a brief little recess to let those guys line up to come and talk about theirs, and then we'll hit the rest of the positions, and then we'll come back to your other supplementals. Does that work?
Yes, that works fine. Are we going to be deciding in the middle, or are we going to decide at the end?
I don't know yet. We'll see how the flow goes.
Okay, then
of
we're probably
discussion.
going to hang by the computer so we can
Yep,
put numbers in
that'd
if
be perfect.
necessary. Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna take just a brief recess, and then we'll set that up. Yeah, I've got to too, whether we want to or not, right? to order. After the courts, it will be alternative sentencing. Somebody just asked for that one to be next, so just announcing that. Ms. Warren, the recorder's up and running?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Thank you so much. So first up is the assessor's office. Tell us a little bit about your needs for a property appraiser.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kimberly Adams, Carson City Assessor. I come before you today requesting an additional appraiser. Carson City, as you know, is seeing a tremendous amount of growth in new construction. 25 years ago, when I began working at the assessor's office, we had just over 18,000 parcels. Currently, we have over 21,000 parcels, and based on the pending subdivision maps, the number could increase to well over 22,000 by fiscal year 2026 and 2027. We have always maintained 2 to 3 property appraisers for real property, and the workload is, to say the least, we're drowning, just like every other department. The appraisal process does not end once the structure has been added to the assessment roll. Each time a subdivision map is recorded, the number of annual land valuations increases. We also now have an increased number of parcels to physically reappraise during the reappraisal cycle. The assessor's office reviews sales of properties to determine land valuation, and on an annual basis, we determine the new value each year. Additionally, we physically reappraise approximately 4,300 parcels each year between the months of July through November. As land continues to be subdivided, creating additional parcels, the already overwhelming workload for 3 appraisers moving forward will most likely require additional overtime in order for my office to stay compliant to Nevada Administrative Code and Nevada Revised Statutes. So that is why I'm asking for an additional property appraiser. Additionally, recently, I'm going to go to the next one now. I reorganized some of the duties that my chief deputy assessor was doing in order to free up her time, a large portion of her time, to assist the appraisers with new construction and our personal property appraisers with personal property audits. These duties were given to the office specialist position in January. The required responsibilities that we have given to this position have a significant increase to the current office specialist position due to the volume, complexity, and the statutory required deadlines facilitating sales and transfers. It's an ongoing position or ongoing duty that requires specific knowledge of legal descriptions, types of transfers, chain of title, mapping, and exemptions. The increased job responsibilities demand time management, organization, and this process now consumes over 60% of her workload each week, while still completing the tax cap claim forms, exemptions, and other administrative duties currently assigned. The additional responsibilities truly don't fall under an office specialist job description. To be honest, an office specialist description doesn't fall in line with what the assessor's office does, but it's okay. But it also doesn't fall under the level of what a property appraiser does in my office. However, the statutory deadlines and requirements, we had to restructure these duties. I need to free up my chief deputy to use her the way that she has 20 years experience of using her the best way, is what I'm trying to say. So that is why I'm asking for the current office specialist position to be reclassified as a senior office specialist. And I'm available for any questions.
Does any member have a question? Nope. Thank you so much, and
Thank you for accommodating my busy
enjoy the rest of your conference.
Thank you so much. Very much appreciate it.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, now we're going to have the Sheriff's Department come on up and let's talk about your requests. Oh.
Thank you. For the record, Sheriff Furlong and Under Sheriff Tushbot. All right, do you want to start with the top?
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to start off this conversation talking about the public safety specialist position. This position is part of a three-legged table that we're talking about for the transition away from the Tiburon public safety system into the Tyler public safety system, where we're replacing the entire software and hardware system for how we do business, both records management, CAD, and jail management. This particular position would be focusing in on not only the implementation, but continuing the onboarding and add modification and changes at the most highest level, as well as keeping the system going. In addition to not only having those responsibilities over Tyler, we totally expect that this person's going to be looking at other types of software positions, particularly over in the Axon, as well as some other ancillary duties. We do see the funding coming from both the 911 fund as well as through the general fund. I could keep going into this. I could probably take your entire day on just this position and this
You won't
project.
make your requested item.
So I'm going to yield my time over to the sheriff, who's going to talk about the other positions that we have.
This second position is, as each of the board members is aware, for the public, a real-time crime center has been stood up at the sheriff's office. We stood it up in July, making some adjustments within our staff. This center provides for immediacy in many cases, information to patrol officers responding to calls for service, accidents, any type of situation that a patrol deputy may refer over to help identify suspects of criminal activity and such. This real-time crime center is a growing trend all the way across the country. It does provide for enhanced investigative responsibilities. Each of you have had the opportunity to see this in motion. We have had it up now since July 1st of last year, and it continues to progress in enhancing our operations. Which one you got next?
Most.
Most. If there are specific questions, we do have our most supervisor here, Sergeant Maris. Long been an attention of this board. Emergency rooms, jails, not fit for the challenges of mental health. And we as a community have been moving in that direction for quite some time. We have an opportunity this year to expand our mental health outreach teams to 3 teams to serve Carson City. Carson City is doing excellent as we look at the region in responding to those mental health calls and diverting those persons well into services rather than enforcement activities. This is a growing trend. This is an essential piece of what we consider to be public safety. And I'm hoping that the board will do what it can to keep us moving in that right direction. Our most teams are working collaboratively, not only with the entities in the community, such as Carson Tahoe and our court systems, but within the region as well. And the state, by the way. The state has agreed to continue on support that they have provided with us in the past.
Can you remind me, we currently have 2 teams and what the funding is on the existing teams, the states? What are we doing on the existing 2 teams?
We currently have 2 teams. Those teams are made up of a deputy sheriff and a clinician. One of those clinicians is a full-time employee of the city. The second clinician is a state commitment to our most mobile outreach concept. The state does have an agreement with us to continue that support well into the next several years.
Okay, so we still have several years on that
Yes.
commitment. That's, okay.
May I?
And
Go ahead.
sir,
Go ahead.
And then, are we currently paying some most out of a indigent account? So we have an opportunity that we've already determined that this qualifies under that funding mechanism if we potentially later today decide that's where we want to go, it would
That's correct.
qualify under.
That's
Okay.
correct,
We're
yes.
just keeping in my mind going. Supervisor White?
Just to be clear, if we add this most deputy, what is the funding for the clinician that they'll be paired with?
What is the funding?
For the clinician.
The other
that
half
will
of
be
the team.
paired with the most deputy.
In my discussions with State Health and Human Services, we plan on replacing one of our clinicians, the one that is currently on staff, with a new one, and continue on a contract basis, not involved with the city, but with the state, to allow for one of our clinicians to remain on board.
Okay.
I might need a little more clarity there.
that's my same-
Sorry.
I'll clarify this.
Yeah, I'm
That's
like,
my
let's try that
We
again.
have one clinician that is provided by the state, Health and Human Services. That clinician is effectively retiring, but taking on a contract basis, and Health and Human Services is negotiating that contract. Health and Human Services through the state is negotiating that contract to retain her as part of our most concept.
That would be paid by state
That would
Health
be
and
paid
Human
by the state.
Services. So we're not, okay, we're not
This-
guaranteed that yet, but
Right.
we can maybe put a contingent, we can do so. Okay.
So the state would cover two, and we would cover
That's what
one.
we
Is that what you're
anticipate. The
saying?
state would cover two positions.
That's where we were trying to get.
Sorry, I apologize.
That's all right.
Long night.
Long way around, but we got there. Okay. How about your sheriff's support specialist?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Jerome Tushpan for the record. This is a civilian position in the civil records. One of the primary functions of the civil division, which is a statutory requirement of the sheriff's office, is to receive and distribute garnishments. What we found is many people who do this type of services have found that we are so efficient in Carson City, being the state capital, that this business is coming to Carson City. We are doing a lot of business here, and it's been taxing our system for quite some time, and you can see from the revenues it's going up. We're also identifying this position as someone who can continue to be handling FOIA requests or public records requests. What we're finding is a lot of that is coming back to the sheriff's office, and those are two very big asks of our civilian employees, and we are being slow to respond to both of them, particularly over in the garnishment sides. These are statutory requirements that we get it done in a certain amount of time in a certain way. If we don't do it, we're breaking the law. This civilian position has some funding through the income that is generated. My understanding is that some, or perhaps even all, could be through income generated. It's not, because it's cyclical, it is not guaranteed.
And then your assistant communications manager.
So if memory serves, we have 21 positions over at the dispatch side. 20 of those are CCA, one of them is not. That is the dispatch manager, that's Jen Stouffer, who's sitting to my right. We have identified that we need to have an intermediate in between the dispatch manager and these other civilian positions. It is going to be as best practice. I do believe that a consultant will be writing a report and verifying some of that information. We could go further into that if you'd like. I do have Jen, who is here today, and could provide more information if the board has questions.
So I know it's a tough question, but, well, for everyone that's in the room, it's the reality. We certainly cannot fund all of the requests that have been submitted. There's just no way to do that. And I know it's tough when you have needs across your different divisions. If you were to tell me which of these positions is the most important one for us to try and find funding for you, what would that be?
Hey, the undersheriff and I discussed this order ranking listing was basically setting a priority order from top to bottom.
So you want the public safety system specialist, and that's the one is that the one that's gonna do your The CAD system,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Is that the CAD? Okay, and that one's gonna, it has a split funding. So these are in order of request. May I ask actually something different? We might, this board, want to consider reaching down on your list and actually consider your other most unit, because I have another funding source that's not general fund. And so please don't get mad at us if we don't go straight down in order of your priorities,
we
because
understand.
we're trying to juggle all the money to the different funding sources that we have. So just wanted to pre-put that out on the record, but for just purposes of right now, not anything, if Pam, could I have you go ahead and like put in, because he said his number one priority there for the CAD, would you go ahead and put that in the IFC board, just so that we can remember as we get going through the day which one was his number one priority, so that we know. Okay, oops, thank you so much. Does anybody else have any? Supervisor Giomi.
Sorry, thought I had my mic on. That communication specialist is beneficial across all of dispatch.
Yes.
So it's under yours just because dispatch is there, but it's beneficial, fire, public works, the whole shebang, correct? It's the entire CAD system management.
That is
component.
absolutely
Okay.
correct.
I think that's important to call that out because it isn't just something for your department. It's citywide public safety, multi-agency
That's
public safety.
absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Schutte, you had a thought?
Thank you. In regards to the real-time investigation center analyst, will that continue regardless? Or not that position per se, but the person who is currently staffing it? Can you tell me more about,
At this time, obviously, we've requested an FTE to allow for it. At this time, we've made adjustments within our own organization to provide for that position. I don't intend on doing away with it. I think that the use qualifies the FTE. But if not funded, it does have an impact on our dispatch center.
thank you.
And I'd like to, something that I just want to bring up for all of you to start thinking about as my fellow helpers here today. Not often do I recommend or support midterm budget ads for FTE. That has not been our practice. But I feel very strongly this year that the sales tax reports are missing. And so we're flying just a little bit blind here for activities that we're used to having a little more solid ground beneath us. So this particular position, I would like us to potentially like highlight in purple or do something that we could bring back midterm if, yes, right? Let's have a placekeeper to potentially bring the Arctic position forward mid-season if revenues come in ahead of games and things like that. But
So can I get clarification? Is that the real-time investigative
Yeah,
center
sorry,
position?
Arctic.
Okay, no,
Yes.
that's okay.
Yes.
And then, can we bring them back like during augmentations?
yeah, that's what I'm
Is that a
saying,
good time
that
to
we
bring
can
it back?
actually
Okay.
look and see where final years hit. And so I think this position is kind of vital where we're going, and can we eke it out?
And there may be others that we come
Well, I'm
across
just saying
later
that
that
we-
are in that same boat.
That we purple them or we
Yes.
color code them or do something in your spreadsheet for those that would be eligible for discussion under augmentation. Just, and if you guys have some as we're going
Right.
through, that just for me, and I think we all
Well,
like
and-
Arctic, but
And I think for me, while we sort of should at least give strong consideration to the sheriff's recommendation, he's the one inside that group, knows what's going on. But I don't think it's any surprise to anybody that my most concern is another most team. I'd like to put a placekeeper on that.
I'd like,
Because I absolutely understand the need for that
we're gonna
real-time
fund that, Maurice,
investigation.
potentially.
Yeah,
When
it's
we
funded.
get, that one's not gonna be general funded though, so
Right.
I'm not asking him to put it here. It's gonna, unless you all agree differently, I'm suggesting that goes under the indigent fund.
That's fine.
Okay. And I color
And
that,
and
or
pending-
drop it below a box or do whatever, but
And
we certainly don't have general fund
No,
to
could
pay
we
for
use
that
that color for indigent too?
What's that?
Yeah,
I was asking, let's use a color for indigent as well.
Yeah.
just so that, or insert comment or whatever you
Pick
need
the
to
color
do.
this time?
Yeah, there, it's your turn.
No, I guess not.
Right? I mean,
It's not gonna be the wastewater treatment plant color.
Look at that, yeah. And it's not wastewater brown either.
contingent on the clinician being funded. I don't, we can't do a most team without a clinician.
Correct,
So everything has to come together.
correct.
Yes,
Okay.
and it will.
Then, nobody else on the sheriff? We're good? Well, where we're going there?
If you don't mind, just a comment. Stacy and I go way back. Fire Chief Stacy. The dispatch center built in 1990,
Oh,
oh
gosh.
Lord, 8-ish?
No, yeah,
Yeah.
probably.
The, and staffed back then. The dispatch center continues to operate with the original level of FTEs as it was established back in the late 1990s.
Yeah.
How many do we have?
Original building. Well, not quite.
How many people are in dispatch?
19 dispatchers and one. 19 dispatchers and one manager.
How many divisions are funding it?
Pardon?
How many divisions are funding dispatch?
Sherry, how many divisions are funding dispatch?
Fire, sheriff?
Three,
public
fire, public works, and sheriff.
Sheriff,
Yeah.
right?
The challenge that I have placed on the center right now, along with future changes in our platforms, is better operational management of the center so that we can flex during those emergencies. We can flex with our platform changes, that the responsibilities of a manager can get so broad that things begin to get lost. I think that an assistant manager, after 25 plus years, is a priority for this community.
You need to add parks into that funding too, with open space, with the rangers and all that. Take a look at that. We need to go back through it and do what we talked about. Look at the overall operation and how much we should consider that. So.
Yes.
I think that's a excellent conversation to really look at with the new fire department coming online, with the emergency backup there. I think this is a perfect one to actually look at the organization and the charging streams and really bring that as potentially a package for next year to say, okay, we've stood up the fire department. Here's what happens in parks. Here's what happens in all of that. So I think that's an excellent goal
I think so.
to be able to work with your team and say, what's the right answers for the dispatch center? So that's a great recommendation, Curtis, to be able to look at that. Great recommendation. Okay. Anybody, that's it? Okay. Go and represent. I don't want to say well because it's a somber event, but thank you. And thank all your team for their service. Okay, we're next gonna go to the courts. And so, come on up. And I just want to start this conversation off that I have been working with members of the team from the courts, and I want to thank them in advance that they recognize the overall impact to our entire city. And I just want to, again, go on the record to thank them to come up with a plan that maybe we can all do and fund, but working together. So in advance, thank you for those efforts, because it's a joint effort by all of us to make this work. So Max may have some answers for us, or some thoughts or processes.
Max Cortez, Court Administrator. With me today is our Cody Drews, Assistant Court Administrator, as well as our District Court judges, Judge Kristen Lewis, Judge Jason Woodbury, our Justice Municipal Court judges, Judge Tom Armstrong, and Judge Melanie Bruchetta. It's not often that we are able to have our judges here. So we thought it was really important to share this information with the public. It's information that they may not know, and I heard the first gentleman speak this morning about more transparency, and I think it's really important. So most of the board members probably know this information. I will be brief. On October 19th, 2006, the district court judges and the Justice and Municipal Court judges came to this board, and they shared their consolidation plan. And it was in the same spirit of the Ormsby County and Carson City consolidation, where they wanted to streamline resources, they wanted to save taxpayers money, they wanted to implement technology, maximize services. It was really in the spirit of consolidation. Since then, the courts have consolidated, not only utilizing one court administrator, they have shared 5 additional positions. So these individuals work in the district court, justice court, and in the juvenile court. And that is a fiscal services manager, a court IT project coordinator, a staff interpreter, an assistant court administrator, which this board approved in 2023. And they also pool court restricted funds for one contract IT technician systems individual, and they've been doing that for 2 years. So I was lucky enough to be selected in 2006 as the court administrator, and I can't believe it's been 19 years since then. So the point that I wanted to make with the consolidation is that you have 6 individuals working in 3 different courts, 2 different buildings, and really saving taxpayers money where those courts could have asked for an additional 6 individuals, but they're sharing, and it works. Carson City, as you know, not only in the courts, but many different departments in Carson City, we really are cutting edge. There are only 2 districts in the state of Nevada that consolidate, as we have done here in our courts. That is Elko County, and they just did that in 2024, and Douglas County in 2019. Clark County courts tried it and they dismantled it. It didn't work for them. I think our judges should get some commission or consultation fees, because the judges in Elko County and the judges in Douglas County, they came to meet with them and they said, how does it work? Give us the pros and cons. What do you have to do to make it work? And the message is still the same. Collaboration, respect for each other's jurisdictions, sharing resources, and really having priority projects, and being able to work together. I'm really proud to say that since 2006, there's been 10 judges in the district court and justice and municipal court being on probation for 10 times since the position, that have all agreed to the consolidation. And it continues to work to today. So in 2007, we had 4 budgets. The clerks were in district court. They were in the clerk recorder's budget. The district court, Department 1 and Department 2 had separate budgets, and Justice Municipal Court had their own budget. So in 2007, we asked the city, can we consolidate all of these budgets? And they said yes, all of you. And that's 101-4700. And that consolidation has been able to give us the opportunity not to only track our public funds, which we need to track and manage and be fiscally responsible for those funds, but it really has given us an opportunity to maximize resources. And that's going to be a common theme. The consolidation allows us to share resources, maximize funds, and be more efficient, which we need to be, and it is in line with city's board strategic plan of an efficient government. So if you can indulge me, I would really like to talk about the Justice of the Peace Municipal Court salaries. That's the last item on the list. We really think that this may have been an unintentional oversight when the unclassified and classified salaries were reviewed in 2017 through the Pontifex study. Unfortunately, the Justice of the Peace salaries were not included in the study, and they haven't been reviewed since 2017. In 2017, I came to the board as well as Senior Judge Tatro, he was retiring at that time, and talked about the need to review those salaries on a more continuous basis so we're not coming in, it's not a large ask with a big gap in pay. But just for some reference, in 2017, the base pay was $125,000. The board reviewed the city directors. That was in our agenda item. And at that time, they were at $159,349. Because of that gap, the board approved an increase in 2019 to raise $125,000 to $145,000. And that was a $14,349 gap, pay difference between the city directors and the judges. So as of July 1 of 25, the city director's top pay will be $209,685, and the juvenile magistrate is also in that same pay range, a difference now of $64,685, and that will increase each year because they have an increase of 2% each year. So I'm talking about the top of that range pay. The length of the time, again, for the reviews, that gap will continue to get wider. So for a comparison, I reached out to James Conway. He's my co-part in Reno. He's the Reno Justice Court Administrator. He has 6 Justice of the Peace, and their salary is $211,598. They also get longevity pay. He said they may receive a COLA and an additional base pay July 1. It would be great if we could implement some type of routine review of the salaries moving forward, like maybe when the unclassified resolution goes before the board, just so that we're not coming years later. I did also want to share that the Administrative Office of the Courts, they publish statistics. In Carson City, our judges, we are the 3rd busiest court in the state. And that is a per judge, per case comparison. And in the Reno Justice Court, those judges are the only jurisdiction is the Justice Court, not the municipal court judges. So Carson City is getting, 2 judges, but they're also sitting for municipal court. I think that's a great deal. As you know, Senate Bill 116 for county elected positions is before the legislature. If that passes, the elected officials, well, if it's not amended out, will be paid 3% higher than their highest paid employee, being supervisors, and future raises are included in that bill, again, if it doesn't get amended out. Unfortunately, the Justice of the Peace municipal court judges are not included in that bill. Another comparison, January 4th of 2027, our district court judges, their pay will be increased 37.5%, again, because those positions hadn't been reviewed for many, many years. Their pay will go to $220,000. They get longevity pay, which is a little slightly higher, 22%, and then they built in a review. So every 6 years, those salaries will be reviewed, and they are looking at the cumulative percentage increase that the state classified employees will receive. So if the state classified employees got 2% for 6 years, that's 12%. At that 6-year mark, the judges would receive a 12% increase. So comparing the Justice of the Peace salaries to the city director, the juvenile magistrate, it's an appropriate way to determine a equitable base pay. And the precedent has been set because the legislature has done that. Any questions?
No.
Okay. I'll turn it over to Cody.
Morning, everyone. For the record, Cody Drews, Assistant Court Administrator. So the specific request that I'm going to discuss today is the funding for one full-time court information technology system technician. Max mentioned it previously. The total cost requested for this position, including the benefits, is $102,054. However, we're only asking the city to fund 50% of it for a total amount of $51,027. The other 50% we will fund via court-restricted funds. We anticipate that will have a higher date of July 1 of 2025. Like Max previously mentioned, we have actually been paying for that position at the court for the last 2 years. And as it is with many departments, they have many specialized and unique specific programs. The courts are no different. The IT system technician and subsequent court IT staff play a critical role and supportive role when it comes to the communication with the Nevada Supreme Court Administrative Office of the Courts, who actually houses the court's case management system. The court's willingness to use this state system continues to save taxpayers over $1 million in implementation costs and user fees. This decision, however, has not come without criticism of all three of the courts for the lack of modern technology. Due to the judge's concern not to burden Carson City and taxpayers, the courts have waited 12 years for the state to offer a modern case management system. The new system, set to be implemented in 2026, will include e-filing and e-payments. The IT system technician will play a critical role in this implementation for the district court, justice court, and juvenile court. Additionally, this position currently frees up Carson City IT from expending its valuable resources on the courts, as most issues are handled in-house. Furthermore, court IT resources partner with city IT resources to assist whenever possible. This partnership is done all while maintaining current court systems and managing internal projects such as the $185,000 grant-funded digital scanning project that is currently ongoing with the district court and the justice court. As a result, the IT system technician position is vital to the success of projects on both city IT and court IT sides, as well as the continued support of the 3 separate courts and our 40 employees, 4 judges, and 1 juvenile magistrate spread across 2 buildings. I will pass it back off to Max.
So my question on that one is just a clarification for the record. It was agreed that that would be an ongoing 50%. So that will be a shared position funding-wise, 50% from the general fund and 50% from the court funds. I just want to be clear so that if we approve it, we know how to pay for it.
I believe that Max Cortez, Court Administrator, I believe that the 2027, 2028 potentially can be done pretty easily. I think beyond that, because we are looking at the other items on the list, we are preparing for security enhancements that are most likely going to need to be done, and we plan to share in some of those costs. So I think we need to evaluate after 2028 how much funding we have, because it's either pay for that position or come back to the city and say, we need you to pay for X amount for security. But I think we've always had an awesome partnership. Yeah, we've always been able to work it out. So we would continue to do that in that spirit.
Okay, so a 3-year commitment, but it doesn't mean court funds wouldn't be used for their activities potentially. I just want to be very honest with everyone. When I look at positions for me, I'm not speaking for anyone else, I'm always on the 5-year path, right? Because I don't want to hire positions that I don't know that we have the funding to make it. And I don't think it's fair to hire people that, guess what, a year from now, we have to pull the funding. I'm watching all of the communities surrounding us that did some things with money and raises and look at what's happening there now, right? So I really am a big thinker in the 5-year arena. I'm always out there. I'm not on today. I'm really 5 years out. So I really appreciate having an understanding and that it's on the record that we have at least 3 years to continue this position. And then we can always readdress the allocations within that fund. But thank you.
Absolutely. So as I mentioned at the February 21st, 25 board retreat, we have 2,000 individuals that frequent the Carson City Courthouse each week. In addition, 160 to 200 individuals that frequent the juvenile court. And I say that because those facilities are being used, and the security in those facilities is something that we need to address. So the critical need is to have a dedicated court security emergency management team. This request aligns with the Carson City's strategic goal of a safe community. It goes hand in hand with that. For years, alternative sentencing has had triple duty. They've supervised probationers, supervised pretrial supervision, as well as court security. Because of legislation changes, because of our 48-hour hearings, our mandated Nevada risk assessment, when individuals come out of jail, they're required to go meet with DAS. DAS is extremely busy, and we just come to a pass where they're just not able to do that effectively any longer. The courts we wrote a grant for national state courts to come in and do an assessment of court security. National state courts, they help courts throughout Nevada, throughout United States, and globally. Sometimes National Center for State Courts and other national organizations that give recommendations, sometimes they may have poor reputations because they may have astronomical recommendations that just are not feasible, not cost effective. National Center for State Courts did give recommendations to the court. They did give a roadmap for us to follow to improve security. The judges have looked at that roadmap, and they have made, not accepted all of the recommendations because some of them are not feasible to be done, but the ones that are reasonable and necessary, that's what we're presenting today. The National Center, again, has a reputable reputation, and they have been outstanding to work with. So in the packet, the court submitted 4 supplemental requests for security positions, and exactly what you said, Mayor, that you wanted departments and elects to look at when you were hiring those individuals or contracting. That's what we did. We looked at what was reasonable to hire, to contract with individuals, to present the lowest cost, but to at least get the program going. And so that was 4 supplemental request budgets for an actual amount, not a projected amount for the entire year, but an actual amount at $273,205. And again, that would be based on when the individuals are hired or contracted. The supplemental budget request for Juvenile Court 101-4300 is for one contract security officer at an actual cost of $48,830. DAS has a proposal before the court after us, and Chief Stone agreed to take 2 hourly positions, eliminate those officer positions, their security, and give the court $44,000 to offset a contract for a security officer over at juvenile court that would be available 5 days a week. So that actual cost with that $44,000 reduction would be $48,830. Now, it's really important for the public as well as the board to know. You may know this as well, but juvenile court is not just a juvenile court. Juveniles are not the only ones that go to court because of the overcrowding of the district court calendars, and because, again, sharing resources, trying to maximize resources. We have 432B matters, which include adults, They are adults who have been alleged for abusing children. They're not our funnest calendar. They're pretty horrific at times, but abuse and neglect of children. So those 432B cases are being held at the juvenile court, along with child support enforcement for individuals who are not paying their child support. Those hearings are held at the juvenile court. So in addition, juvenile court also handles our mandatory mediation in our family law cases. They also handle our arbitration cases for civil. And in addition to juvenile delinquency, truancy, and the multiple other calendars that they have. So I just want to bring that to your attention, that it's not just juveniles going to that facility. And the 432B matters and the child support matters, I will tell you, they can be heated hearings because you're talking about removing children from homes, removing people from custody. You also have others that have a vested interest in those, what happens to those children. And the child support matters when you're talking about taking, freezing assets, garnishing wages. Those are also heated hearings. So the total amount that we have is $322,035. And we believe that it's reasonable and necessary to be able to take over security from DAS and give us the roadmap that we need to enhance security. And I think it's also important for me to say to the public, we do have armed officers at the courthouse. We have one armed officer at juvenile court. We have probation officers who are armed not too far away. So people can feel safe to do business at the courts, but we really do need to have an effective court security and emergency team so that if something does occur, we have the adequate number of individuals that can respond and deal with the situations.
So I'd like to have a little bit of discussion on this particular item, as again, I'm disclosing that I've had conversations with the courts. And for me, it's always, again, how do I meet their needs, yet meet the needs of our budget and where we're going in the whole scheme of things. So I'd like to think about this a little bit unique. It's not what we normally do because we like to do finite positions, but I'd like to take this one and have you all consider with me, and the court has agreed to this proposal, that we create the line item on the spreadsheet. I know Sherry's just loving me today, but I would like to change it from specific positions to the line item court security, and that we give it funding for court security, which for $263,934, which equals the cost of 2 sheriff deputies, which I copied from the MOST team when I looked up at the cost of a deputy, so giving them 2, to let the court and the sheriff's office, who does a lot of security, to see if there's a great fit that can occur here, but we let them and the sheriff's office look kind of what Supervisor Giomi said earlier, right? Or they're the experts in these fields, so let's let those experts work together. But the line item, so if that makes sense, it's just gonna take all those out and it's gonna say court security. And then the courts are going to control, that would be in their line item control, the plan after they work with the sheriff's office to inform us, what that is, whether it's 2 deputy sheriffs or a senior bailiff or whatever they're working towards, but let them have that time to make that decision on what's the best security methods. Like I said, personally, for me, I think that's big in the sheriff's bailiwick. But he may tell us, no way, Jose. But I would like to suggest that we just change that to court security for $263,934. $934. And again, let them work together to devise their plan. What do you guys think? Is that reasonable?
I like that idea. It provides flexibility, it meets the needs, and I think that makes sense to me within the scope of a very limited budget.
Boy, oh boy. Okay, so, and then, I'm comfortable for now. Again, we're just putting them in the spreadsheet. When we get all said and done, we might not have enough money. So I'm not promising, none of us are making a promise here yet, but I'm okay with the condition that they indicated they could at least fund it for the 3 years, that we do the information technology technician. Everybody okay with that? Just for now, again.
That's at the 51,000.
It's, yeah,
For
102,
us.
and then
Yeah,
they
so
pay
times
51.
three, correct.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, and then the Justice of the Peace pay increase. Everybody okay with that going in the column? Now.
I think, though, as this works through,
Right.
while I do agree with the idea of let the experts tell us where the people should be, we do have to recognize the real disadvantage the juvenile facility has in regards to security. And if it comes down to the difference between one person or two people, I think that person should end up at the juvenile facility. I think that's the highest priority in my mind.
But we're giving them, well, hopefully we're giving them 2. So I hope
Well,
we're getting there.
That's what I,
Like I said,
that's
when
what
we
I
see
mean,
all
though.
the numbers play out, but, okay.
I mean, that goes along with what I've said before, you know, the adults over on Musser Street, there's a lot of them, and adults are adults. Our highest priority should be protecting and taking care of those children. And if it comes down to brass tacks, my money's on the juvenile side.
All right. Everybody good? We can let the courts go?
We're good for now. Yeah.
We're good for now. How'd that go? And if I've misrepresented anything, you may have the opportunity. I think I honored exactly. Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Well, okay, next up then, so we're going to take alternative sentencing to come on up because they would like to also go to the memorial, so come on up.
Hello, I'm Assistant Chief Bart Lambert with Alternative Sentencing for the record, and I want to say thank you for moving us forward.
Can you push that a little bit closer so we can hear you?
Okay, is that better?
Better.
Okay, I'm not going to pretend to be as eloquent as everybody before me, but I will try my best. We are asking for our DAS full-time hourly, our part-time specialist position to be converted to a full-time position. This is the lady that sits at our front window. Since I've been employed with Alternative Sentencing in 2016, it has been a part-time position. We've kind of rotated through a lot of staff. It's a vital position for us. This is the person that starts kind of the workflow and then directs the clients down the line. They see quite a few people a day, just in the check-in process. That's not including the 1st through the 5th when everybody on formal probation has to check in. They answer a lot of phone calls, a lot of emails. They do a lot of filing for the courts. They help us with our court-monitored supervision and pretrial release. And it's something I'm going to say more than once here, but as the courts get bigger and faster and the sheriff's office is getting better at arresting people and we're trying to get people out of jail and into other forms of non-confinement, we're struggling to keep up. So it is important that as we're a downstream user, so to speak, everybody starts in the criminal justice system a little higher up the food chain and they end up coming out at us. We think this might be a good opportunity for some opiate funding. I don't know if we thought that might be a good choice to go with this one. We would be giving up some of our part-time salaries, our budget for this. I believe it's around $19,000 we'd be giving back if we could have this position as full-time. Sorry, I'm really nervous. I'm talking fast.
That's okay. So,
We can hear fast, so it's okay.
Thank you, sir.
yeah, Sherry, the opioid fund, can it support, after all that we've done, can we support this request out of the opioid instead of the general fund?
Yes, I has included, I believe, an opioid spreadsheet and all the detail that I gave you guys. And it does, it would cover it for about 5 years, 4 to 5 years.
Okay.
And then we would have to
Assess.
assess, yeah.
Okay, so that certainly fits within our,
Is that the
Process.
case for all of for the two you have listed under opioid here?
That is the case, yes.
So are we, the two blue ones, the contract employees, since we gave money to the courts, is that still, are you going to talk about that?
Yes,
Sorry,
sir.
Okay.
Just
I'll
for your
shut up and let
consideration.
you talk fast.
Okay, thank you. My next position is to reclassify an existing grant-funded caseworker position. We originally received this on a grant through the COSUP grant. That grant is set to expire in August of this year. So we're going to lose this person. They're not going to renew that grant. This position for us is our caseworker that handles some of our kind of highest needs people who are often alienated from their families. They're not getting a lot of support. They come down through us to our office. They're some of our highest needs. They're suffering from addiction, opiate use, stuff like that. He is also our bilingual speaker, so he helps with some cultural and language issues. He provides a good resource for our department to help the clients get in contact and stay in contact with our partners, like counseling services. Sometimes it's just contacting their attorney. Sometimes it's showing up or when they need to be somewhere, helping them get set up with their drug testing, those kind of things. He's an immense resource for us. He's very knowledgeable. We would like to see him stay. I can't say enough about him. He meets with the clients about 2 or 3 times a week. He's more on the attentive side of stuff. He helps us track these people before they get lost, and we're hoping to keep a lot of these people from going back into incarceration and then having to be shoveled back out and start the process all over again.
so I've got a question on that, and I'm just trying to remember, I've attended some court hearings. Is this the position that actually helps staff from your side what's going on with people in the specialty courts?
No, ma'am.
No. Well, that's a different,
That's a different one. They work together in the same actual office, but that is our DUI and specialty court case manager, focusing on that kind of intensive population as well. We basically mirrored that process with these people, but these are just generally the people that didn't get approved or did not get into those specialty court programs, but they're still on the higher utilizer end. They're still requiring much more intensive services than somebody who could, say, be placed on probation and follow the rules more or less by themselves. A lot of these people need a lot more guidance to stay out of custody, stay out of the emergency room, coordinate with Mallory. They need more help to stay out and to stay functioning.
but they did not qualify for a specialty court supervision.
No, ma'am. Quite a few people don't quite meet the criteria, either through their diagnosis or their criminal history or criminogenics. There's a matrix that they have to accomplish to qualify for those specialty programs, to be high risk, high needs. Some of them are maybe moderate risk, high needs. They fall somewhere else on the spectrum where they require more help, but not necessarily what would qualify from that program. This particular person is not a sworn position, which we get a lot of good feedback from the clients. They're talking to somebody who's not 6'5" in a uniform. So they're generally more receptive to that, and they're more willing to go along when he's asking them to show up or, get to court on time or, come in and drug test. So he's a very vital part of our team as well. We thought maybe you guys consider this one for opiate if it didn't qualify, if the other ones didn't. This one would probably meet that in spades, honestly.
Let me ask a different question, because I know that one of the things we struggle as a board is when we have grant-funded positions and the grants go away.
Yes, ma'am.
It's always then, we want to keep the service because it's been good, it's effective, and, you know, now we want it general funded, or, and our policy has been, when the grant goes away, the people go away. So my question, though, then comes to, what were the goals of the grant? You know, when you write a grant, you say that it's gonna achieve certain things, or that's the purpose of the grant. Can you tell me what your grant goals were, and were we able to achieve those?
I can't say that off the top of my head, ma'am, I'm sorry. But I do believe, and I feel confident in saying it more or less mirrors what we've been doing with that position. That COSUP money was focused towards people with opiate addictions, and those people that required more than just talking to by a probation officer to help them get on track or back in the course of regular life and get back to being a normal citizen in Carson. So that's more where we have focused his efforts in down that line. We originally started with, I believe, just 20 clients, and that kept him busy for a while until he hit his stride. Now he's been able to take on more and be more of a help to us, especially as we get more into like kind of most related cases, people suffering from some form of mental illness mixed in with drug use, or which came first, I couldn't tell you, but he's a really great resource for that. And that is how we've been using him the whole time.
And so his current caseload is what?
It varies right now. He has, I believe, 20-something off the top of my head, but he sees about 20 people a week. I do know that. And he has about 50 phone calls a week. He does a little over 100 emails a week, coordinating with different people. That's not including the our community partners, as we try to tie in with like the counseling services, with Ron Wood, with Gospel Mission, wherever we have to go. He's a really great source for helping us keep those lines of communication open. As you know, their staff changes, rotates, and the number you've had in your pocket for 2 years is no longer viable.
Thank you. Anybody else? I don't see any other questions on that, okay?
All right. My other position is for asking for a little extra money in our temporary staffing. We have an amazing lady. She is our female part-time drug testing technician. She's a pretty nice lady. She does a great job. We have some SAMHSA requirements for the evidentiary collection of drug testing, especially when it comes from different genders. We can't have male officers collecting observed drug tests from female clients. She is our female drug testing. Historically, we've relied on salary savings, unfilled positions that we've had for a while. We would use that funding and roll it over. And as we've been getting busier and busier, we're starting to maximize our budget. We're no longer seeing that salary savings as available as it used to be. We're hoping to be, knock on wood, fully staffed by July 1st, which would be the first time in several years that we could tell this board that. That's pretty much all I could say about her. She's a great job, but it's going to be hard to collect drug tests without a female drug tester. I do have a few beef numbers. I believe we have, obviously female clients that require certain stuff differently than some of our male clients. So she is able to help us with that and ensure that we stay in compliance with our regulations.
Ready? Supervisor Schutte.
I just wanted to confirm that is the temporary staffing increase for the drug testing on a different line, or I just don't see it on the.
It's in the regular supplemental.
The regular.
Yeah.
That we'll get
Okay.
back
In the
to.
regular, yeah.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure I was on the same line.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And my last request would be, as Supervisor Jomi asked, is through Allied Security. We've had an issue. We used to staff this with the most amazing group of guys you ever meet. They're retired officers, 40 years plus experience. They were often coming out of retirement to work at the front door. That has been a resource that has dwindled. I don't know if it's just a different generation. It's been really difficult to fill those positions with those part-time officers, as we always traditionally have done. That left us vulnerable at the front door. To kind of tag on to what Court Administrator Cortez was saying, the courthouse is getting very, very busy. Several hundred people, several thousand people a week. for various reasons, not always just for the courts or just the AS. There's other departments there. The front door security has been a struggle to staff, and because it has to be staffed regularly, on time, every time. There is no margin for error. There is no nothing, which meant that if there was a sickness, an illness, a vacation, or unplanned whatever, we were oftentimes stripping staff to backfill the higher priority. We've gone through Allied Security back in September of '24, I believe. You guys approved our first position. That has turned out tremendous. They have been there. They're doing a great job. The courts, the staff, the clients, the people visiting comment. They're very polite. They're very knowledgeable. One of them is actually a former Carson City employee who has left and gone on, ended up working for Allied Security and coming back. So he brings with him all those years of experience. But this particular one, if I have my numbers right, in the past, we had a one-time, we had a permanent transfer of $41,500 from our hourly season budget, plus $40,000 from our temporary staffing. That was the $81,500. This would be for a separate one from that, for a second position for $81,500. That would allow us to have the two positions and secure that at the front door. So at least we know the building has armed security at the front door.
Does anybody have any questions? Okay, let's talk about a little bit about alternative sentencing then. Whether, do you think, since we have the funding in opioid? Oh, sorry, Max. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Okay.
Indulge me a little bit. I'm Max Cortez, Court Administrator. So part of the court security, I just wanted to make sure it was clear.
I'm going to
Can you
take care
hear
of that
me?
one.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that the court's plan was to continue to utilize Allied Security for the front door, because as Assistant Lambert presented, very difficult to find hourly officers, very difficult just to find officers, let alone hourly officers that want those positions. The real plug for Allied is that when those officers call in, they send replacement officers. So we don't have to worry about pulling other resources to go cover the front door. Allied, they say, they confirm that if their officers call in for any reason, they send replacement officers, which is a huge help. I wanted to confirm that that was still going to be the request and hopefully still funded, because the courts are banking on having Allied at the door. The other money was the two hourly positions that I mentioned in the presentation. The two hourly positions would be eliminated. That's the $44,000 that would be moved to the court budget. That would be, that's something also that the court is needing to be able to secure the juvenile court facility. So, thank you.
Two different things, but go ahead.
Thank you.
I mean, thank you. Okay, let's, well, two different issues there. So does anybody have an issue if we put the $81,500 in the general fund column there? Everybody okay with so far? I mean, this is so far. So we'll put that one in that column. I'm in favor of moving the positions to the opioid fund, not the general fund. Everybody okay with that? So whatever color coding you're doing, whatever, just different fund, or just highlight the word opioid or something, that's where we're looking at that one. Eliminating, I guess the bigger item for discussion, and it could be, okay, so if I eliminate the 2 hourly employees and transfer budget to juvenile court, I don't see anywhere that had a positive 44,000 that was anywhere in the spreadsheets, when you debit and you credit. So I'm struggling a little bit here that's nowhere, that the 44,000 in the way the spreadsheet is set up was was funding other things within that grouping of alternative sentencing. And so I don't know where or how, why don't we, for now, just to see where things turn out, would you put a positive 44,000 in that column for us? No, up above. What, is it there? Am I missing
The
it?
44,000 was offsetting the, I just lost it. Where it says contract bailiff for juvenile. That's what the 44,000 was offsetting.
Would that reduce the 92,830 by 44,000?
So I just want to get clear in what we're doing. I don't want any mistakes coming forward that people had different understandings. There is no positive 44,000 number because it's sitting. So we have 263,934 to the district court. So now what we're saying is I'm going to have negative in the 44,000 and I'm going to put a positive for the spreadsheet because I want it to be clear what's going on, and we'll see if we can make it happen. Okay, we're going to try. So now the spreadsheet displays a debit and a credit. Got it. The accountant types know what I mean.
Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
So the
It's
92,834,
would be offset by the 44,000, eliminating 2 hourly positions. The 1 hourly position is vacant, and the 1 hourly position is currently Officer Cup, and he's agreed to take the full-time contract to cover juvenile court.
so is court security 263,934, or is it 263,934 plus 44,000?
I don't know that number, Supervisor Giammi. I don't know what was compiled to include in that number.
So it was 263,934 and 44,000.
So it's more than 263,934.
Well, the 44,000 was for the juvenile. Now, we can talk about and see where everything falls out money-wise, whether we can afford the whole 92,830, because I know we're all interested in juvenile and trying to make it work. So that's what happened over there.
So we need
Why'd that go to
so the
307?
44,000, we're eliminating 2 part-time positions. But if that's to fill that contract bailiff, then the whole bailiff position has to go in there because the effect to the general fund is still going to be a positive 48,000.
I got it.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure everybody got it.
Right.
So-
But I don't want you to display it as court security. I want to keep it back the way I had it. Put the 263 back, thank you, and put the 263. That was the discussion. Supervisor White wants to make sure that we are doing the juvenile court funding. And so I want
Court
this.
security is just,
Correct.
is excluding juvenile.
Correct.
It's court security plus juvenile.
Plus the juvenile position, of which we use the 44,000 reduction to offset that,
Which left?
right?
Oh, thank you.
Okay,
Just confirming,
Yep.
the 92,830 is the actual number.
for the juvenile
I
position.
get that.
Yeah.
For that line item, it's not reduced, it's not added, that
No.
is the number.
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
Yes, we are going to offset that with the 2 people
Up above
from
and-
Got it.
alternative sensing. Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, so then the 19,100 negative would be up in alternative sentencing, and then the other 2, right? I'm gonna take the 19,100, yeah? Let's see if we can get any math to work today. And then the other 2 yellow ones will go to the opioid fund.
Correct.
Are we on,
And
okay?
that 19,1 on the positive side is where?
It just helps offset the entire general fund needs to be able to make this all. You see my fingers are crossed, you guys, that we've got this figured out, but
Yeah, the
that just helps
19
the overall general fund.
The 19,000 is the hourly amount in the general fund. So
Right.
if we're moving that to a full-time position in the opioid fund, we don't need it.
Correct.
So it's going to the 81.5 position.
Well, it's going where, it just
It's
floats.
going wherever. It offsets the general
Wherever.
fund, yeah.
It's an offset. Okay. So then are we missing anything in alternative sentencing? That's all of it, right? Opioid, okay, right? We get that one? Supervisor Shooty, did you have a question? It got answered, that was
Thank
easy.
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, it's a toss-up here. Does, Chuck, do you have conflict, or Garrett? Chuck's fine, come on up. We'll do,
Garrett, we'll do it together.
how about, come on, oh, I don't know, that's scary. The public defender and the district attorney, here we go.
It's a good thing we're friends. Maybe not after
Equal,
today.
yeah, equal but not equal. Let's go. Thank you, Chuck. You want to walk us through what your plan is?
Right now, my name's Chuck Odgers. I'm the Carson City Public Defender. Pleasure to be back in front of you. I don't typically like to come in and ask for money. We've come into a situation, as Supervisor White has noticed, as Max has noted, as the judges have noticed, regarding our juvenile and 432B cases. I believe Garrett's got his request on for 432B as well. We've just seen a marked increase in the number of cases. Unlike everybody else that you've had in front of you, the 432B cases on my side of them are very highly emotionally charged. It takes a great toll, takes a specialized person to be able to handle the nature of the work in and of itself. If you can imagine putting yourself in the worst possible place where your children are being taken and you don't understand why, or even if you understand why, you don't know how to get out of that. So my supervising attorney has been doing this for almost 20 years. She recently left. So we're in the process of recruiting a new supervising attorney. My original request was for a new deputy to help with that caseload. We've seen a marked increase. My office, both at NSPD and here, has tried to manage our side of it with one attorney and one part-time secretary. The caseload has just gotten to the point where we need to have two attorneys and a secretary to handle that. As you know, under NRS 281, most of my budget is in excess of our base is covered by the state. We are also, with the assistance of the juvenile court system, putting in for money through the Safe Babies program to help cover the 432B side of the requests that we have. So that would be my request, my rationale. I'll be glad to answer whatever questions you have. We're still, even with that adding this position, we're still going to be 3 positions less than what the state says that I need to have for criminal defense attorneys. I don't agree with the state's obligation. And as I told you the day I interviewed with you, I would come back to you if and when I determined that we are at that point. I'm at that point when it comes to the juvenile and the 432B stuff.
Does anybody have any questions?
I'm just confirming that this would be offset by
Yes.
the DIDS reimbursement.
DIDS will cover whatever the juvenile side is. I think we've discussed before, 432Bs falls outside of the definition of indigent defense, as technically it's a civil matter. But nonetheless, the charter of my office requires us to do the 432Bs. You still have an obligation as a state to make sure that we have attorneys to do that. So to the extent that the 432B side is not covered by the state, that would be a general fund ask, unless we get the Safe Babies program to contribute those monies. And I know Sherry and I talked about this previously about federal 4E money, but with everything going on in Washington, I don't know how to look at grant money on that particular piece, but it is a function of what we have to provide.
Great. Thank you.
So if we put all of this over in the column, the risk is to the general fund, if we don't get the Safe Babies, is 56,000.
It would be half of the attorney wages,
Right,
approximately.
right. About 56,000 would be our
70.
risk if we don't get it.
70, closer to 75.
Well, I'm not sure where,
You
I
said-
don't, I'm not the math guy, so.
You said half of the juvenile, half of the
Deputy.
attorney.
Correct.
The attorney's 146,681.
Then yes, about 75.
Is the, I'm sorry, is the juvenile attorney going to be working on all 432B cases?
It'll be juvenile and 432B.
So juvenile and 432B?
Right.
Yeah,
So
so
some
it's-
is
not exactly
reimbursable
half.
under
Yeah.
DIDS and
It's,
some not.
it's gonna be based on
Right.
hours.
And we're trying to get the Safe Babies grant to cover the 432B section.
Correct,
That's
and-
not covered by DIDS.
And I,
That's
and I have met with the district court judges as well as Magistrate O'Casey regarding this. It is something that needs to happen, not just for my office, but I'll also throw out there that there's a vacant, not necessarily, but there's a vacant contract position that we're having difficulties filling relative to the criminal side. The people that are filling the criminal contract don't really want to do the 432Bs and juvenile. A, you need specialized training, and B, it takes a lot of time. So I had asked, and I have support, and Max, if you're still back there, she can come up and confirm this, that the judges would like to see a conflict attorney. We have maybe a 25 to less than 25 juvenile and 432B cases that have conflicts on them, so my office typically can cover most of it. But anytime we have two parents, we have to have two different attorneys, one for each parent. Sometimes we have a case where we have one mother, three fathers, three children, so we have to go past my office and the conflict, and now we're paying outside attorneys to do that. So what I'm trying to maneuver here is a program that will allow us to continue to provide great representation at cost effectiveness by taking that third vacant conflict attorney and making that into a juvenile 432B, somebody that specializes in that area, so that we don't lose federal funding through the courts because we're not hitting our timelines on the 432Bs, so that we're not violating the juveniles' constitutional rights. So just trying to make sure that we're giving the juveniles and their parents the best support we can in the constructs that we have. So,
Max Cortez, Court Administrator. I will share with the board, and I think we've talked about this before. It has come up when the conflict counsel contracts have come up for renewal over many years. The conflict counsel attorneys, they have had a lot of complaint of the amount of time the 432B matters take, as well as Mr. Rogers has stated, is that there is specialized training. There's training that these attorneys must attend, and they do take a lot of time. They can take 1 to 2 years to resolve. So if a contract for 432B matters through the Public Defender's Office would be able to occur, that would take the load off the other conflict attorneys, and as well as be able to meet all of those regulated timelines, which is extremely important because, as I mentioned in my prior presentation, 432B matters are one of the most horrific matters that we deal with at the court. These are abused and neglected children. There's a lot of parties that are involved, as well as family members that are involved that have vested interest in what happens to these children. And so if we did have another contract with the public defender, I think that would also relieve some of the time and energy that the other conflict attorneys, and so they can handle the other cases that we have at the court. So a pitch for Mr. Rogers.
and if we take the current vacant, and I'm using the term vacant, conflict attorney position, again, there's no additional cost to the court or to the city because you're only getting reimbursed for the 432 or the juvenile side and the criminal side anyway. If that case is, if that position is used for purposes of conflicts at the juvenile court level, when we start doing termination of parental rights, which we have one scheduled, those are going to take a lot of time and a lot of billing if you have to pay a private attorney at $173 an hour to do a TPR hearing. So I think the cost savings to the city allows us to do that without raising anything else that without attacking your general fund. My goal here is to give good service that needs to happen for the constitutional reasons, but also to make sure that if we do a TPR with somebody that doesn't know what they're doing and it goes up to the Supreme Court, we're coming back and doing that TPR again. You've heard me tell you before, if I don't do my job right and I don't do something and the Supreme Court sends it back down, retrying a case is really expensive. Ask Mr. Pruitt. Time, effort. We have to recreate a case that's 10 years old now because it took it that long to get through the Supreme Court. I'd much rather have the people qualified doing it so that there's less likelihood in the event the violation occurs and the court terminates the parental rights of someone, that we're not coming back and doing it again. The emotional strain alone on the child, the emotional strain on the affected parent or parents. I'd much rather do it right, have the constitutional requirements met, and not have to revisit it once it's done. So that's my reasoning, that's my rationale, that's my request.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. I think unless I'm missing a boat, we should put those all in the board allocation column for now to see where we're gonna end up at the end of the day. But for now, everybody okay? All right.
Thank you.
My plan, just so that all of you are online here, is that we're gonna work till like 1:45 so that we can try and then take our lunch break or whatever and go to the Hoff Memorial and come back and finish any of that stuff. But that our lunch break will be about 1:45 instead of
We have
noon.
a nature break now.
Oh, we may. I did not see yellow on the screen, so let's take a brief, that was cute. We're gonna have 5 minutes recess. And so we're. to order. What I would like to do since we've been accommodating everyone all day, I have a few more accommodations. We're going to give it a try. We're actually going to jump to item 17A on the agenda, which is discussion and possible action regarding a request for an amendment to the tentative subdivision map for Ash Canyon to modify the setbacks for two internal lots, 31 and 32, reducing street side yard setbacks from 10 feet to 6.5 feet, on property zone single family 6,000, located on the east side of North Ormsby Boulevard, approximately 450 feet north of West Washington. Wrong one, Hope, not Miss Heather that it says. Okay.
No, I
Hope.
sent Heather back to the office to work. Hope Sullivan, Community Development Director. The reason first let me introduce Kyle Collinsworth. He's the Division Vice President with Toll Brothers, and they're the developers of this property. The reason this is before you, and it is a very small request, as the mayor just read, it's two parcels, and they're looking to change their side setback from 10 feet to 6.5 feet. And they're internal lots. On a normal subdivision, I would probably take the authority on this and not refer it to you. But because this was an open space development, the setbacks are actually written on the final map. So this is an amendment to the final map, and it will require action by the Board of Supervisors to approve this modification. The suggested action is on page 708, and it is to approve Subdivision 2025-0070, an amendment to the Ash Canyon tentative subdivision map 2022-0375, based on the ability to make the required findings and subject to the conditions of approval in the staff report. There are no new conditions of approval, so I would ask that the board approve this, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Does any member have a question? I don't see any. Is there any public comment on this item?
Sorry, electrical system issues. Thank you. Denny French, Carson. Sorry.
Try again.
Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. We're still working on definitions of each statement of open space. Is this public open space? Is this utility access open space? And was the property completely what we consider city-owned open space, would not necessarily be recreational? So just a definition, understanding for my sake, and I'm still working on that. And when everybody's available, I'll look to get their answers. Thank you. But for this, I'd like to have that explanation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can meet with you after.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other public comment on this item? Okay, then I'll bring it back up here for a motion. Who's ready? Supervisor Schutte.
I move to approve SUB 2025-0070.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was 3 yeses and 2 noes. The noes are Supervisor Giomi and Supervisor White. Thank you. Okay. Is Granite Construction here? I don't need an accommodation for that item? No? Okay. No accommodation. We're going to now resume and go back to agenda item 15A. We left off. We're now District Attorney Garrett Pruitt, please.
Garrett Pruitt, Carson City District Attorney for the record. As the board is able to see, we have one request for one full-time position. It is for a juvenile prosecutor, so I thought I'd give you just a little bit more information about that system. I know you've heard some of it. I expect from juvenile probation you will hear a little bit more, probably exactly the same type of information because of the changing needs of that system. So I think one of the first things that's important to know is that juvenile cases and adult cases are vastly different legally and procedurally. Both courts function with different rules, timelines, and distinct legal standards. Cases in the juvenile court necessitate hours of additional work coordinating with child welfare agencies, parents, treatment providers, school personnel, juvenile probation, and other stakeholders. Additionally, juvenile cases require significantly more documentation and typically have a much longer case life than similar charges in the adult system. For example, I have some demonstratives here. Don't worry, they are all blank. As everyone knows, juvenile case files are confidential under 62H025, so everything in here is completely blank. This is solely for the size of the paper. So in any given case, if you were to take an adult threat type case, this is about the size that a file would be. If we were to print everything out, our files are electronic now anyway, but this is about the size that you'd be looking at when you're talking about reports, written case statements, photographs, all of those different types of things. That is, of course, exclusive of your body cam, your surveillance cam, and anything else that would go into there. Now you take the same case and you put it in a school or with a juvenile, you go to this. These would be the exact same type of charge between the adult and juvenile, the exact same charge as if the person was an adult. If it's in the juvenile system, you jump that much more. And you might ask why. One, you have that many more parties involved. Any type of, say, threats case in a school obviously is incredibly serious and needs to be taken seriously each and every time for the protection of all those children who are involved. So then you're going to have school administrators involved, you're going to have teachers, you have other students, then you have parents of all of those parties who are involved and become involved in this system. So that increases things even more. And then you get to a 432B case. You heard a little bit about 432B cases, which are the actions that take place, we call them our dependency actions, where children are removed from the home due to abuse or neglect. These obviously are very serious because they concern parental rights. Every person who has a child has parental rights to that child. However, when certain actions are taken contrary to the law, those rights can be sometimes changed, and that's a very, very big deal. So what we have here, this is about the average size of your 432B case. So I have an unopened ream, about 500 sheets of paper right here, coupled with a bunch more on the front. This is the size that you're looking at. This is the scope. So apart from things that you're going to have in there, I mean, you're going to have all the pleadings that are associated with the case, and pleadings often average 50 pages a piece that are going in. You're then going to have the evaluations of the children that are in there. If you have families with multiple children, do you have multiple parents? Are you determining the parentage of those children? And how that all plays through. Now, the life of that case is also longer. As you can imagine, there's efforts for reunification, there's federal standards involved, and everything must be done correctly. For example, if you mess up certain things in a dependency case, in one of those 432B cases, you can actually lose federal 4A funding for that child for the rest of their time in the system. That's huge. If you're talking about a child who may be 12, who may have been removed and may have been reunited once, and ultimately maybe the case ends up as adoption. There are a lot of federal funds that attach to that child and will go through that child up through the age of 21. That is a very big deal. However, if things are not done right, or if they're done incorrectly, things are missed, statement pronouncements aren't made on the record as they need to be, all of that can be jeopardized. So unfortunately, what we've seen is an increase in the amount of cases that we have. To just give you a little bit of information, since about 2020, we'd have about 317 delinquency cases that could be brought in, ranging felonies, gross misdemeanors. By 2024, we were looking at about 541 of those types of cases that would come in. And this doesn't even cover the full load that you're probably going to hear from on juvenile probation, because there are a number of cases that are deferred off to them that don't even fully reach the district attorney's office because of the type of crime. Maybe it may be much simpler in a matter that they can handle through a much more informal process. That takes a lot of time. There's lots of constitutional rights at stake. Everything must be done in accordance with the law, or as Mr. Rogers said, it comes back and we do it again. That's incredibly costly. It's obviously something we look to avoid at every turn. So with the increase in those, it requires more and more work, which is why I have the request before you today that I do for an additional juvenile prosecutor position. This is about the level of service that we provide to the community and to the most vulnerable members of this community. These are cases that must be done right. When you think about most of our juvenile crimes, if there is a victim, unfortunately, probably at least 90% or more of those cases, that means the victim is a juvenile. Juvenile on juvenile crime is, kids perpetrate crime on other kids. It happens. It ranges from theft offenses to sex offenses and everything else in between, and they can be very, very serious in nature. So this is an incredibly important ask that we do have before the board. It's not something that I bring before the board lightly, understanding the financial constraints that the city has and the very difficult decisions that you all have. And there's a level of balance that's required to make all of this essentially work. As the public defender noted, they have the exact same type of need based upon the increased caseload to ensure that constitutional rights are protected. And I expect that juvenile probation will have a similar request to ensure that the supervision is appropriate on the back end. These are all things that work tandemly hand in hand to ensure that children are protected, that rights are upheld for all parties in the system, and that we get the outcome right as best we possibly can. And I'm happy to take any questions if anyone has any.
Anybody have any questions? Supervisor or comments? Supervisor White?
Thank you. When you take a motion to try a juvenile in adult court, what kind of a kink in the works does that create? And is this position going to cover that kind of case?
So this position would cover that kind of case. So currently how we have it set up now, if an individual is up for certification, and there are a few crimes that actually allow for certification. There are different types of sex assaults. There are actually some different types of drug sale crimes, depending on who was being sold to, what they're being sold to, or obviously murder or other really rough crimes. An individual must then be proven up before the juvenile master or the district court that this one meets the statutory basis to prove that. So essentially a mini trial is conducted. If the district court ultimately determines, yes, this warrants being tried as an adult, generally we have our juvenile prosecutor follow that case along a lot of times along with another adult criminal prosecutor as well. We do that because there's so much work put in at the front. And you can imagine if it's a certification case, it's probably all this and more. So the amount of information an attorney reviews, the last thing we want to do is say, hey, you've left the juvenile system. We're going to pass it off to two brand new people to read everything and try and know everything that happened in all the proceedings beforehand. So we found that it provides us with a better outcome and provides more continuity to have them take part in the certification.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other questions, so the pleasure for now to put the position in the column. Yep. Okay, so let's put that in there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna go to juvenile probation next. You guys are doing good jumping around. And if I miss somebody when I get to the bitter end, let me know, but I'm trying to keep tick marks that I've done everyone. Thank you.
Allie Bannister for the record, Chief of Juvenile Services. That's a tough act to follow. I'd like to just say ditto and be done. But our request, we have two requests today, and ours is very similar and aligned with what the public defender and the district attorney are requesting today. The first request we have is for an additional juvenile specialist. Carson City Juvenile Services is in critical need of this position due to the significant increase in workload, as you've all heard about today. Within the last 5 years, our referrals received has gone from 520 a year to 720 referrals each year. Only one individual is responsible for all administrative tasks, including answering phone calls, reviewing reports, processing referrals, file retention, and managing a wide range of essential duties. With referrals in the system rising significantly, the volume and complexity of the work has exceeded what a single staff member can handle. Adding another office specialist is needed to maintain efficiency, ensure timely response to cases, and support the department's growing demands. Linda has a couple of additional statistics that she wants to share with you to support this.
Linda Lawler for the record. This ask.
You're going to have to pull that a little closer.
Sorry. This ask meets the city's strategic goal for efficient government and safety because some of the tasks that this person does is process our drug tests, which last year we conducted 3,736 drug tests. They process the sheriff reports that we do need to get quickly processed so that we can meet with those youth, so that we can have quick sanctions so that it's meaningful and it makes an effect. One of the things that we kind of prioritize and have been lacking in making a priority is our records management program, and that is making sure that per NRS that the records that need to be sealed are sealed and the records that need to be shredded are shredded. We don't use overtime for these positions, so our ask is that we have someone so that we can be on top of this and continue to give meaningful, excellent service to the public.
Any questions on that one? Okay. So our second one request, sorry, Ally Bannister for the record. Our second request is for an additional juvenile probation officer. With this increase in referrals comes obviously a busy juvenile probation officers. The juvenile probation department currently has 6 juvenile probation officers and 1 senior juvenile probation officer. We are in need of a new JPO due to the overwhelming caseload currently assigned to our staff. The average caseload per officer is approximately 40 youth, not including informal referrals, which is becoming overwhelmingly large for one person to manage. Officers are responsible for a wide range of critical duties, including daily drug testing, case management, school visits, treatment planning meetings, court attendance, report writing, and conducting initial assessments for every youth that we come in contact with. To remain proactive and efficient in serving our community as we are right now, it is essential to keep caseloads at a manageable level. Adding a new position is vital to meeting these demands and ensuring quality supervision and support for our community, and Linda also has additional supporting.
Linda, for the record, just like the previous position, this meets the city's strategic goal for efficient government and safety. Keep in mind, we had 200 petitions last year. Each petition probably has 2 to 5 court hearings. And like the district attorney showed you, the paperwork that's involved with each of those cases, reports that have to be written. Last year, we had 388 felony cases. That's up by 60% from the previous year.
16 or 60?
60. That is really important for our officers to be in the field to protect our community. We had 2,000 field contacts last year. That doesn't include transports or meetings with the schools for IEPs, behavior planning, 504 plans, safety plans. Our officers are working their butts off, and we need to continue that. And right now, we don't want to risk burnout. It's really important that we keep our officers safe, and burnout can cause mistakes to happen, and we don't want that. Again, it's a very important ask to the board.
Any questions on?
Do you have a priority? I
That's
know
a
it's
tou- I
hard
know
to
it's
do,
so
but
tough,
that's
yes.
the same role we have
Yes,
here,
I think our
right?
priority would be a juvenile support specialist just because of the influx of everything that we're seeing as far as paperwork. We would be willing I don't know if this would be even an option, but to do that part-time. If we could get a full-time probation officer, and I just throwing that out there, I don't know if that's a possibility, but if we had to list them in priority, it would be a juvenile support specialist as number 1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think, we're going to struggle, and again, this is just a preliminary position. It's not, we still have to go through all the rest of the supplementals, the CIPs, to really start to look at, do I have anywhere to go? And so we have opportunities for start date changes and other things. So I would like to color that purple, like we did the Arctic in the sheriff's. I'd like to be able to see where we fall out in this money for the other things we're looking to approve, but then potentially fund them midterm or something like that. So I don't want to lose track of them. So I think we picked purple for the potentials if money's available or the comeback midterm. So I'd like to make those purple.
Both?
Yeah, I said them. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody okay with purple for now? It might turn out better when we get through the day, but somehow I'm not imagining anything miraculous.
I'm just curious.
sure.
These these are additionals to what you have on hand. So how much overtime are each of these two positions using up right now?
That we actually really try to keep our overtime to a minimum. Our overtime is significantly low and comparatively speaking to the sheriff's office. I would say maybe just off the top of my head, maybe 10,000 a year.
Yeah, they're not an overtime.
Say that again?
10,000 a year.
But
Is there, go ahead.
this is Linda for the record, but something to keep in mind is that we don't approve overtime to catch up on work. We don't approve overtime to do extra things. These officers have great time management, and our front office staff, they do the best that they can with the time that's allotted. Therefore, we prioritize things and we make it work because we don't want to have an overtime budget that's doubled.
Well, and
Oh,
you
and
said
burnout.
overtime was 10,000. That's dollars. How many hours are each of these two positions
So,
running overtime?
so currently, the front office staff,
They don't do it.
we don't, I think once a year, we might allow them 8 hours of overtime to catch up on some stuff. We just do the best that we can. The officers have built-in overtime. We use every penny of what's budgeted, and I think currently we might be 10,000 over for this current fiscal year.
Hours, please.
She doesn't have it.
Oh, I don't have the hours.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Shooty.
Thank you for what you do. And I see, I appreciate that this is going to be in the purple zone because I really see a need for both positions, not only for the need right now, but in terms of what having a JPO, you know, making those home visits and having those contacts, what that prevents, how that helps in the long term. And so when we talk about the long-term impact and that 5-year impact, if you will, that investing in you know, we're investing in our kids to hopefully turn them around so it isn't a bigger issue later. So I just wanted to put that on the record. I think this is really important.
Thank you. Supervisor Giomi.
Is there, you know, our roll-up costs, particularly considering PERS, it's high. I mean, we're at nearly 40% for regular, right? 30-something, 38, I think it is. 37?
36.
36,
Or an
okay.
8 or something, yeah.
And police fire, which your
58.
officers are 58 in July.
0.75.
It's actually cheaper to pay overtime than it is to hire a position. Significantly cheaper. Because our roll-up cost for public safety is probably 1.75. I'm guessing with salary, benefits, work comp, probably pretty close to that.
Yep.
So, you know,
It's a thought.
overtime may be a way to
Help.
And I understand that there's a work-life balance. I get that. It's not a good way to manage things. But if you're only at $10,000 of overtime right now, that seems like a better solution to me than investing in 2 additional positions. Because the work can still get done. And I think if you spread it around to people who, you know, everyone in the office, it's not a burden on any one person. I'm comfortable keeping it at purple, but
Right.
So
I think just in general for everybody, go ahead, sorry.
No, I'm sorry I interrupted you. So I just looked it up, and for the detention facility, which is that where the probation officer works? No? Just probation. Okay, so it is 10,000, yeah.
So I like that idea that we keep it purple and then give her the option of really, like you said, even looking to come back when we do augmentations to determine whether, after you talk with your staff, right? Because that's the other, hey, you guys, should we or could we or would you work it? Hate to say that, right? But would they work it and determine whether there's opportunities to meet some needs.
I mean,
So like that.
that's just a general statement for
Yeah.
everybody.
Yes.
I mean, we have a lot of, obviously in the attorney realm, they're unclassified, it's not an option, but in hourly employees or contractual employees, I think it's something we all need to look at because it's very expensive to hire new staff. Maybe you can have somebody play with numbers and see what that figure is, whether, because time and a half's 1.5, but we've got to be well over that, even for regular retirees.
Oh, yeah,
Or
by the
right
time-
on it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, minimum. So, okay, thank you. All right, I think, is there, just in case, so, let's see, did I have fire? Trying to get the ones out that I think are wanting to go to the memorial. So, fire, right? You guys want to be able to come, you're asking ambulance fund, right? And I liked the word that I said, from the ambulance fund. So that's kind of a good segue into yours. And again, thanks Sherry and team for accommodating everyone's schedules for today. So we're jumping around a bit, but good thing to do.
Good afternoon, Sean Slayman, Fire Chief. We're loading our presentation, which is part of the agenda on the late item. What we are requesting is to start a 40-hour single role advanced life support ambulance. And that 40-hour would essentially be 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, with 2 employees requested through that. The entire funding would be out of the ambulance fund. And we're, if we don't have it, I've got it ready, so just go for it.
We all have it too.
We have
Yeah,
it.
okay. So what I'll start with is our currently today, we are 18 firefighters and 1 battalion chief on duty. Through that, we have 4 ambulances, dual role, meaning firefighter, paramedic ambulances staffed, 2 fire engines, 1 ladder truck, and then we have a BLS ambulance, which is single role on a 12-hour a day. The staffing was increased by contract in July of 2023 with an agreement through the CBA between the city and the Carson City Firefighters Local 2251. Previously, we were at 15 firefighters on duty, and the agreement was to increase to 18. How we got to that was the end of a 3-year SAFER grant that fully funded those 9 positions, 3 per shift. And those were identified by you, the board, to staff the new fire station. Part of the agreement in that CBA was it gave the fire chief the authority to staff accordingly until the new fire station opened, which they would be transferred to staffing a new fire engine. So what we did is we staffed an ambulance out of Station 353, which was cross-staffed previously with the firefighters on the engine. If we ran out of ambulances, the engine would go out of service and they would jump on the ambulance and staff that ambulance. And then the 3rd firefighter went to, for each of those shifts, went to the ladder truck. And so when the new fire station opens, we're guesstimating in August, the 3 firefighters per shift will move over to staff the new fire engine. Thus, we would reduce our ambulances that we're operating today from 4 to 3. So that gives a little bit of background of how, where we're at with that and how we got there. Our call volume, in 2024, we responded to 11,518 emergency incidents throughout Carson City. Dividing that up through some of our rescue ambulances, the busiest rescue ambulance was Rescue 52 at a little over 3,000 calls. Rescue 51 and 151, which are both at Station 1, Station 51 on Stewart Street, they were just over 2,400 calls. And then Rescue 53, which was the added ambulance, was 1,639 calls. And then Rescue 54, again, which is just a 12-hour car. Those are all 24-hour ambulances. The Rescue 54 is 1,600 calls on a 12-hour basis. So what we're looking at is 1,600 calls that Rescue 53 responded to and transported are now going to be divided up amongst those 3 rescues that will remain. The 2 that will be impacted the most will be Rescue 51 and 151, as they are the closest rescues. So essentially, if you took those 1,600 calls, divided it by 2 between the 2 rescues, you'd have a 33% increase in responses to both Rescue 51 and Rescue 151. What that essentially means is their reliability, meaning their availability for additional calls, is significantly reduced. And that will cause 2 things that it will impact. It will increase likely our response times because ambulances will be coming from a further distance, and it will probably increase our reliance on mutual aid for additional ambulances at that time. Another impact that another challenge that has impacted our responses recently is the number of out-of-town transfers. So an out-of-town transfer is when we have a patient at a facility here, usually Carson Tahoe Medical Center, and they have to go to specialty care or their out-of-network care to get back into network care to Renown or St. Mary's or Northern Nevada Health Center. All of those are in Reno. When we do those transfers, the out-of-service time for that ambulance is roughly 2 hours. By the time they receive the call, pick up the patient, do patient care information from the hospital, get to the facility in Reno, transfer the patient to them, and then get back into the city, we're looking at about a 2 to 2.5 hour change. If approved, this 40-hour ambulance would be the primary unit available to take those transfers, leaving our firefighter paramedics in town for that dual role responsibility, one for additional ALS responses in the community, as well as fire responses, because they do respond to fires, vehicle accidents, non-medical incidents as well, and augment our staffing that way. So those are some of the challenges. This 40-hour ambulance would offset some of that. Our call volume, if you look at our call volume for time, it is about 7 a.m. till about 9 to 10 p.m. our bell curve, meaning our busiest time, that is basically our busiest time of day. It's basically about a 14-hour window. The 8-hour ambulance would obviously offset some of that in those busiest times and would increase our system reliability. The single role model is something that we adopted several years ago with the basic life support ambulance back in 2017. It's been very, very successful. And then, as you mentioned just a minute ago, safety PERS, these will not be safety positions. They will be general PERS positions. So benefit-wise, and then salary-wise would be significantly more cost-effective than the firefighter-based system. In a system that I think we would look to expand to in the future to potentially like the true BLS model now. That wasn't me, I swear. Roughly, was it you,
We have
Danny?
a ghost.
It was Danny. To a 12-hour model, and then that would ideally hit that bell curve for us. The estimated, also on top of that, it meets the strategic plan goals under safety and would address some of our, what we would expect to see an increase in our response time. Our travel time from the time we go responding to the time we arrive on scene is just over 5 minutes for a medical call. This would likely help us maintain that and not see an increase that we would likely get on the ambulance side of those response calls. We do believe we have the funding available. Well, we do have the funding available for that. And on the good news side, as mentioned earlier, the GEMT, as Sherry had mentioned, that the advent of the state of Nevada going into GEMT program has allowed the ambulance fund to be self-sufficient and actually create a fund balance each year. And this last year, we were estimated budget at just about $900,000 in revenue returns from GEMT, and we received $1.3 million. And we are expecting that trend to continue. However, financial forecast, we are still on the conservative side. So we believe we'll have even more cash fund than what is there now.
So Sherry, again, on the fund, the ambulance fund, we can project these two paramedics can be funded for 5 years based on our current.
Yes, we did
projection
look
model?
at the net income, for lack of a better term, that falls out each year, and it's about $500,000.
Okay.
But keep in mind, we fund capital with that too. So I think two
Right.
positions is pretty conservative to continue to fund capital.
Okay. Any other questions that anyone else has? We okay with putting it in the column then? I like it when ambulance fund. Great
Yes,
job.
try to bring our
Thank
own
you.
money. Thank you.
Okay. All right, now I'm gonna move back, or is there somebody else that's trying to get to a function? I want to be courteous of anybody that's trying to get somewhere that needs to go, okay? If not, I hate to do this, but the clerk's going last because he's here. And I know he's here, so he can go last. Okay, then let me just run right down this list. Up next is the Parks Department. We have late material on the Parks Department to consider, and she got it to General Fund 0, right? Okay, we're starting off on the right track.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jennifer Budge, Parks and Recreation Director. If you don't mind, I'd like to start with the cemetery fund. There's a small request for your consideration, a $630 proposed annual increase for staff at Lone Mountain Cemetery. It was not recommended for approval by AFC, but I strongly encourage support of this. The cemetery fund can support it, and the staff person is dedicated, hardworking, and deserves an increase. Working at the cemetery is a very important function, and it's a very difficult job. We'd appreciate your support on this, and filling this position is difficult at best. So important that we retain and support the staff person.
Is that 630 at the 5% that we do for hourlies?
This is a part-time position?
My question is this $630 5% increase? That's consistent with all the other ones we're doing in the potential budget approval.
So we noted that for the part-time position, there is a budget and she wasn't using all of it. So we figured if she added 5%, this 630, she still wouldn't use all of it. So that's why we didn't approve it.
So let's go then with a discussion here. She may grant the same 5% that everyone else does, and she can always come back on an augmentation if her budget doesn't.
Correct.
Right. So does that make sense? They're just saying they don't need to give you more money because you have money in the budget. But yes, give the.
Okay.
Okay. So
I
we
just
don't
wanted
have
to
a
make sure.
problem with that.
That's fine. Okay, wonderful, thank you. Then the park maintenance reorganization, you had some late material related to that. The goal of this was to improve overall level of service, especially with the 50-plus rights-of-way and medians we currently maintain in parks, increase employee retention through succession planning and opportunities for advancement, and an ability to obtain supervisory experience for our staff, provide for multiple tracks for employee development from the park maintenance worker labor force to include options for growth in urban forestry, equipment mechanics, or irrigation. Ensure that all coordinators have the same pay grade, to reduce the span of control and number of direct reports for the park operations manager to better support staff needs. Fund the majority of the reorganization with sustainable and diversified funding approach with minimal impact to the general fund. Given the limitations on the general fund and what we're seeing citywide needs, we have submitted late material to provide an alternative option for consideration that would have no new impact on the general fund and be supported entirely through reallocating seasonal staff dollars toward the full-time staff and some staff reallocations from other funds. This would essentially be a first phase of the reorganization, as I see it, authorizing the reclassification of the park shop coordinator to the park supervisor and the authorizing one new FTE to the parks equipment technician to manage our park shop. Parks maintains all of its equipment and rolling stock, from weed eaters and plows to mowers, entirely in-house. This would provide a dedicated staff person for those tasks while improving staff support and reducing the burden on the park operations manager, which will result in a staff support increase and a level of service increase for our customers.
Perfect. So I really want to say thank you. Again, same thing that the courts did earlier. I really appreciate actually all the department heads and staff that recognize the challenge of trying to make a budget work and that you're still trying to provide great service to the community, but how do we all do that within the confines? So I really like that we've come to a zero and yet let Jen manage her staff to accomplish the goals. Supervisor White, you have a question
Thank
or
you.
comment? Okay.
I agree ditto with the mayor there. But I would like to point out that approving this new FTE goes along with a vehicle purchase that is noted back on page 1667. That said, considering a conversation that we've had repeatedly, how does this get us to getting our medians taken care of?
Thank you, Supervisor White. With the addition of the staff person, we should be able to absorb not adding an additional vehicle if we don't need to. If that's an issue with the budget, we can make that work out. That said, adding this creates a domino effect for the rest of our team. In the whole reorganization, we had one of our positions that we proposed was adding an irrigation coordinator. Irrigation is an area you know that we struggle with. We have one person for the entire park system, over 1,000 developed acres, and that's not including our medians. But by having this support and this park supervisor, it frees up time for our operations manager to help support our crew coordinator, which is over all those 50 meetings. We have a new person in that position. He's amazing. He also has irrigation knowledge, which has been really helpful for us. We have increased our inmate labor support to help support those areas as well. And there are 3 capital improvement requests for your consideration in the next item if you want to do improvements to the rights-of-way and retrofits to our aging irrigation system, which right now is difficult to maintain. A lot of them are battery powered. They're not attached to our system. It's complaint driven or observation with staff. So while this doesn't seem related, it is because it creates a domino effect in our department to help improve our level of service in those areas. And the urban forestry position is very expensive and we really couldn't make it work financially.
Say that again.
The urban forestry position that we wanted to have is very expensive and we just couldn't make that work with a net zero for the general fund.
Okay.
And how much is that fleet vehicle? What's it that was in there? Just.
I don't want that vehicle to be a deal breaker for the staff.
I just want to know how much it is. I've got purples on some other things. How much money is that? I thought, oh, Maurice, I thought you had that off the top.
Are you looking at the
It's around
fleet
60.
request? Are you
Huh?
looking at the fleet request
Yes,
versus the position request?
yes.
Okay, that's separate.
Well, but it's listed as
For that position.
Oh,
new compliance position.
yeah. So fleet is a part of the capital discussion, but we have $675,000 scheduled for fleet replacements. We were only recommending 2 at a total of $125,000. One being a recreation van that supports our youth program, and the other one is a vehicle that was totaled by a former employee that no longer works here. But it's a critical part of our park maintenance support. So it is a replacement vehicle. It's not like we're adding to the fleet.
Okay.
So if that clarifies that for
Yeah,
you.
you're not increasing.
We're not
fleet size.
increasing the fleet size, it would be the same. So there's no
Well,
vehicle
We'll
that
talk
goes
about
with this
fleet
new
when
FTE.
We'll talk about fleet then when we get there, but.
right, so this, it is listed on 1,667 vehicle for new, never mind.
Yeah,
Supervisor White, I think that's
Never mind.
for Public Works.
yeah, he just figured that
Okay.
out reading it. Public Parks looks like Public Works, let's go.
We're all friends.
Yeah, we're all friends. Okay, thank you. So I don't see any other questions or whatever. So,
Can I just make a
Supervisor
quick
Schutte.
comment? I just thank you for all the hard work you do, and I know that you are pulled in so many directions throughout the city, and with the right-of-way and with irrigation and the different hats that you need to wear and the different pressure points. So thank you so much. And my hope is that if there's monies down the road, I would love to see either the irrigation coordinator or the urban forester added to the purple. And I understand that we have to triage. I think this, again, this is our community and first impressions and all of that. So I just wanted to give you a shout out.
Thank you. We have an amazing team.
I apologize for that confusion. I
No,
skipped
you
the line.
had me lost, so I was trying to
Up and
navigate
down.
it.
You're like, I need
I
more
skipped a few lines.
trifocals.
I don't have Hope's massive binder.
So
you
in
know.
the spreadsheet, this one obviously nets to 0, so maybe in the column, you're just putting a color that it was approved, because it doesn't generate general fund dollars, but that the reorg, just however you're keeping track, right? We're all okay with that. All right, thank you again so much. Let's see if we can knock out a couple. How about we bring community development? Hers is is a net give. I don't know that we need a lot of discussions. Come on up. I don't know that we need any. Actually, does the board have any questions for community development? Does anybody have anything there? How much does the binder weigh? Nobody has any questions?
I actually do.
Go ahead, ask her the questions. Let's skip
So,
right to them.
Hope, in the request, you spoke about reorganizing, and in the process of reorganizing, it's looking like you are losing office support. And so could you speak to that a little bit? Because I am hopeful that in the purple, we have a part-time position to help with office support.
No.
And what the genesis of this is discussion about the master plan and everything that has gone into the master plan and looking forward with what the community and the city is tasked with. I just would like to address the possibilities of need, just to plant the seed, if not this year, then next year.
Right. Well, maybe the next year, like we discussed with the other group, to come back with a plan for dispatch. Might be a same issue. Go ahead.
Right, but if we could just speak to it for a moment, thank you.
I appreciate the question and the opportunity to discuss it. Hope Sullivan, Community Development Director. We had an audit done of our department by an organizational specialist, and that person had a number of observations. Among her observations was that I was too in the weeds. I should be focused on policy. I should be focused on looking up at the electeds, the commission, the manager's office, looking out at the community and carrying the message. And I needed someone who would carry the message internally into the department because I've absorbed that role and I've been in that role for years. And I have frontline people who are helping customers who I'm helping that frontline person. So if you look at the existing organizational chart, you'll see that organization. That means I'm spread thin, and you've heard that from over and over again this morning. So what the suggestion was that there be a community development manager who's my right-hand person, not the planning manager, because that's technical, will stay the planning manager overseeing the planning division, but the community development manager would oversee the other divisions and make sure that my requests were being implemented. So the person who made sure things were actually happening without dropping the ball. We were also advised there would be absolutely no new positions, which meant I needed to do an organizational change without any headcount. So I asked our office manager, Cecilia Rice, who was the obvious choice, if she'd be interested in this. And what you've seen is an organizational chart that takes the office manager, which provides quite a bit of clerical support, puts her in the community development manager role, and we then drop down to 1.5 clerical support, whereas we've had 2.5. And with Cecilia's additional responsibilities, she's not going to have capacity for any level of clerical support. So we will be reducing the clerical support in the department as part of this budget.
So yes, I just wanted to put that on the record because I think as we move forward, this is an important position, whether it's part-time, hourly, but I would just like to keep it in the back of our minds just to make sure that the needs are being met. So thank you for indulging me.
No, I appreciate that. And I failed to mention that we did, at the request of Supervisor Schutte, figure out what that dollar amount would be to have another half FTE. And again, we would look at half FTE as opposed to 2 FTEs. So it'd be 1 FTE to half FTEs to keep it down. And that amount would be $20,780. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, don't see any other questions? Okay. So in community development, we certainly would use that column to just copy over. Let's
Well,
see,
let
let's
me-
see when we.
Can I ask something?
Yes.
Given that request, why don't we just make it neutral? Keep the 11,952 in community development, and you can get what you can get with that.
We can try that.
I mean, basically, we'd be at zero. And you could, whatever part-time you can get for 11,952.
Insert a line, part-time, 11,952 or 62, whatever it is. Yeah, 52.
Not quite to your 20, but something.
Okay, thank you. Looking down okay, we're at Public Works.
Good afternoon, Darren Schultz for the record. Is it your preference that I go through the FTE requests, or do you want me to go through each line, or what would you like?
FTE, we're doing FTEs.
Very good. The first one I have here, just going off the list, I believe, is a request for a trades technician FTE. This is the group that manages the maintenance of our facilities here at the city. I promise I didn't go out and stick a screwdriver in your HVAC today, but that's what they work on. And so really what's happening is over the last 20 plus years, we have not increased the staff of this group at all. And we have increased the number of buildings, the number of square footage that they maintain. And we're just getting to a point where we're being responsive to failures and emergencies, and we're really not spending much time on preventative maintenance, which is not sustainable. What we're trying to do here is to be able to provide consistent service, be able to respond quickly, and we got a little bit creative so that our request here, we lowered it down from a senior level of a trades technician to just the basic trades technician, to try to bring somebody in that is could do some of the smaller, straightforward tasks, fix a door lock, fix a hinge, fix a toilet, all of those things, and maybe not be quite so qualified to work on HVAC or complicated systems. That was our attempt in that. So that's the position we're looking for as it relates to the trades technician facilities management. Our second request is a building maintenance worker. So this is the division that does janitorial for the city. We're asking for something we've done in the past, and that is to convert hourly positions to a full-time position. And it's just been really since kind of the COVID timeframe, we've just really struggled with keeping hourly employees. And as we dug into this one deeper, we just discovered that we're spending so much time training a new hourly employee, and they leave relatively quickly, that it's just we're wasting a lot of time with our other staff, our other full-time staff, just training and trying to pick up the load. So this is a request to change that, convert two hourly positions to a full-time position. Very aware that there's not enough money to match the two, but we do believe that the service that can be provided will be worth the ask. So that's where that comes from. Our next request is a full-time position for a compliance officer. We have broken this out over several funds, several groups within Public Works. So I'll go over quickly what we expect them to do for each division. The biggest and greatest one is our landfill division. And as you're aware, I'll talk a little bit more about this next, but the landfill has become quite an operation out there. And as part of raising our rates a year and a half ago, we have discovered that we've been able to do a pretty good job of as it relates to residential waste, making sure that residents of Carson City are paying the lower residential rate, and people who don't reside in Carson City because of their address on their driver's license, we can determine if they're out of county and charge the higher rate, which is the direction we received. The difficulty is we can't do that on the commercial side because the driver's license doesn't necessarily match where the work is being done. So we have to take their word for it that if they say this is coming from Carson City, we really say, okay. And so we just did a really kind of quick little audit to try to track some of those trucks coming into the landfill. And sure enough, we discovered that they're coming maybe from the east or from the north, and they're not actually Carson City commercial work. So this position would help us with that and trying to track that a little bit better. And if somebody gets caught doing it, the policy is now if we catch you, you pay out of county for everything going forward. So that's the punishment if we catch you, but we know it's still going on.
So I just wanted to add, so in essence, it'll pay for itself?
Maybe.
Potentially?
I mean, I would believe that because the rates for out of county is so much higher than in county. I just think we can do a much better job on it. So I can come back to you after a while and prove that. But yeah, I really do believe that because they learn the system, and just saying the work, this is being hauled from Carson City, we take their word for it. So we know we have some out there that are violating that. So if we could catch a few more of it, it would kind of spread, send the message. That's right. The other thing that we're struggling a little bit more with these days is illegal dumping, and it's something that we go after. The SO will help when they can, but it's not high on their list, as you might imagine. So this position could do a little more investigation into illegal dumping, trying to figure out who's doing this, how it's getting there, and then work on the cleanup as it relates to that. Outside of that, we're always looking for material at the landfill, clean fill material that we can use, and this position could help us with that around town of just what's going on with developers or construction projects. So then the remainder of the position is paid for half each, almost half each out of water, wastewater, and then 5% out of stormwater. And again, this is just, they will be used to try to enforce the regulations that we already have on the books now. We're not advocating for new regulations as it relates to water. The complaints we get for overwatering, draining, water running off their property, that sort of thing. Somebody that we can send out that has a badge that can, put a little more enforcement on water wasting. On the wastewater side, an even worse situation is when we have sewers that are backed up. Believe it or not, people do that and then just let it sit on their property, and it's a problem. So this position would help us with that. Stormwater, this is becoming even a bigger issue, is just running from one property to the next. You're not allowed to do that. So some sort of a regulatory position that could help us with that. So that is the summation. I think I touched all my topics on that one.
If I could add, that's the position I was looking at that comes with a new vehicle.
I wondered if it was.
Yeah.
I heard you say compliance, and I
Yeah.
was going to raise my hand, but I didn't know what Jen had on her list. So.
It's okay. We'll get that when we get to capital. Okay.
Yeah. The next position is a FTE landfill worker. I don't think this needs a lot of explanation. We talked to you about this when we came to raise our rates. But it's just, business is booming at the landfill, which is a good thing. But it takes staff to manage it. It's a 250% increase in the last 10 years in terms of amount of waste that's coming into our landfill. So the revenue is there, the revenue has gone up, and so this position. But with that, with everything good, regulatory, they're honest, they're making sure that we stay honest out there and we're doing everything right. So this position will help us to get there.
Thank you.
And the last position I wanted to bring up today was an FTE for Operational Technology System Administrator. This is a position that we come to you before. We worked with our IT department here. And as the bad guys get more and more complex and well-equipped, and so much of
That
our...
one?
What's that?
It's in wastewater.
Oh, wastewater. Yeah, not in public works, in wastewater. I know that's under your control. Okay, wastewater fund.
So the bad actors are just, they're not, there's always that concern of people going in and poisoning a water system or that sort of thing. That still exists, but the risk really now is them breaking into us electronically, getting into our system and taking control. This is very real. It happens around the United States from time to time. And so this position will help us to manage that risk, oversee our servers, firewalls, VPNs, routers, switches, microwaves, all the stuff that you typically hear as it relates to IT. We have those systems in our utilities here in Carson City. So this position will help manage that. The threats are increasing, and security is obviously a big part of this. So we've been talking about this for several years. We worked, like I say, with the IT administration. It's kind of a standalone position in terms of its the needs that it requires. It's not that IT couldn't do it, but they don't have it, and because they would only be serving the utility side of things, we all agreed that it would make sense that it would be housed and managed within the utilities. I am ready for any questions.
Okay, I don't see any. Let's maybe just try and finish up an overall discussion. So obviously approving what's in landfill.
Back up to
in
the
thing?
public works thing.
Yeah, go, all right. Oh, wait, since she's right there on the spreadsheet,
yeah.
can we help her? Anybody have a problem for the wastewater
It's
position?
enterprise funded.
It's an enterprise fund. Nobody has a problem with that one. Let's put it in the spreadsheet since she's there. She's like, wait, I'm here. Okay, now go back up to Public Works. So just a discussion point I'd like to throw out there, and we have some options. So if you go and fill in the landfill, just the 2 positions for now, and that one. Okay,
And the funding.
no, wait.
Not the
Not
funding?
yet.
Okay.
No, I am going to get it, but I want to talk about an issue. We currently utilize $1,750,000 from the landfill account to meet general fund needs. So if I look, that's why I'm not filling that number in yet. We're ahead of the game of anticipated receipts from the landfill. And we would like to be able to fund even everything that we've put in the columns, not even purple yet, but just what we've already put in the columns. So I need $999,543, and we have 746 or something. I'm just saying, how much then do I need to change the transfer to? I'm saying if we want to just fund, do we want to take an extra 100, 746, 421. It's just to put in the spreadsheet for now as a placeholder, and then we'll go to lunch. But yeah, there you go. Wacky math off the side.
280.
Huh?
I have the difference between what we've allowed or what we're thinking of funding and what we have remaining is 101,280.
Okay, so the 151,842 will be negative plus 101,000
280.
to be able to make it.
101,280, yeah.
So you get rid of that positive 151 though. Why is there a positive 151 in that spreadsheet? There we go. Plus several much, she said.
Yeah, 101,280.
And if it works, that number's gonna equal what we had on the top. We did it right. Come on.
The negative in.
There you go. Okay. So I'm just suggesting, let's think about it, but that's an opportunity for us to fund what we so far have put as our priorities. Okay, so with that, we are going to recess till 2:30. So those that want to go to the Huff Memorial can, or go have lunch or whatever, we'll be back at 2:30. Thank you.
Okay.